Back to the Global Progressive Forum, where leaders and thinkers from around the world share their progressive dreams for the future. I'm your host, Kelly Agathos. I'm back at the European Parliament. We had a wonderful day yesterday, starting with Madeleine Albright, ending with messages from Nicoletta. We have another incredible amount of panels and speakers today, starting with one on access to resources at 2 p.m. But first, we have the Silver Rose Award ceremony for lifetime achievement in the field of social justice and solidarity, happening here live from the European Parliament. It is organized by Solidar, and to present it, I have MEP Udo Bullmann with me and Michael Leahy, who is the Secretary General from Solidar. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, everyone.
Lovely to have you here. Udo, you are on the Development Committee, I understand, so this must have particular importance for you, the work that Solidar does.
Of course. What we are doing is we are discussing global politics. And what could be more important in these days, once we are seeing the rising challenges of climate dangers, of rising inequalities, than to work together on equal footing between the north of the globe and the south of the globe. So the Development Committee is right in the middle, right in the center of all of our discussions. And of course, Solidar is our privileged partner.
Wonderful. The president of Solidar has sent us a message from Francisca Saquilo. Let's have a look at it right now.
Bienvenidos todos y todas a la celebración de la ceremonia de entrega del premio Silver Rose de este año. Soy Francisca Sauquillo, presidenta de Solidar. Siempre es un gran placer presentar el premio Silver Rose, un evento anual organizado por Solidar y el Grupo Socialista y Demócrata en el Parlamento Europeo desde hace más de 20 años. Este año nos complace que las celebraciones formen parte del Foro Progresista Mundial, ya que reunimos las voces y representantes progresistas de todo el mundo para debatir cómo trabajar juntos hacia un futuro compartido, sostenible y más progresista. Qué ocasión tan perfecta para el premio Silver Rose, ya que las personas a las que reconocemos cada año luchan en sus respectivas comunidades, codo con ciudadanos, trabajadores y activistas, por un futuro mejor, ya sea por la libertad de expresión, los derechos de los trabajadores, la justicia, la solidaridad, la igualdad o el acceso a los derechos sociales. Tras 2 años de pandemia del COVID-19, estos momentos de reconocimiento son esenciales, ya que a lo largo de la crisis millones de personas estuvieron en primera línea, facilitando el acceso a servicios y necesidades básicas, desde la asistencia sanitaria a la educación, a los alimentos y productos básicos, a la información de calidad y a la vigilancia y protección de los derechos humanos. Los premios Silver Rose han sido siempre ese momento en el que se reconocen los esfuerzos y el trabajo de líderes comunitarios y políticos, sindicalistas, activistas, defensores de los derechos humanos y educadores, por su valor, sus contribuciones y sus aspiraciones en el movimiento progresista. Nos complace estar con ustedes una vez más para compartir este momento con nuestra familia progresista. Este año nos centramos en una persona muy especial. Un saludo a todas y a todas y que tengamos buen premio Silver Rose.
So we heard from the President, and we of course have the Secretary General here, Michael Leahy. Would you like to tell us a little more about Solidar's work and maybe the previous winners as well?
Well, Solidar is a network of organizations working for social justice through a just transition in Europe and worldwide. We gather 53 members from all across Europe and beyond. And we have a proud history. Been in existence since 1948. We are a firm part of the progressive movement, gathering the voices of civil society in this regard, in the fight for social justice. And as Udo said, joining together with the progressive forces of Europe to talk about how we can bridge the gaps within Europe, but as well between Europe in the north and its southern neighbors. Silver Rose is an opportunity, as Paka said, to celebrate those activists, politicians and trade unions among us who distinguish themselves for their courage, their activism, their innovativeness and their way of working. And I'm very happy to be here in Parliament during the Global Progressive Forum to celebrate it again with you all this year. Hopefully next year it will be in person and so, but I'm very, very happy that we're able to do this together in this way. So
wonderful. And yes, we are holding a hybrid event in general of the Global Progressive Forum, but fingers crossed we can do this with everyone involved in the next year. We also have a video to explain what the Silver Road is all about, what the Silver Rose, I'm sorry, is all about. Let's launch that.
Hi, I'm Jampi Aldiff. I was the founding Secretary General of Solidar. Glenn Skinner, then a Socialist member of the European Parliament, Paul Adamson and myself came up with the idea of the Silver Rose to celebrate the wonderful achievements of women and men who fight for human rights across the world.
The Silver Rose Awards were first held in 2000 and have since become a key annual event that puts the spotlight on individuals and organizations from all over the world that inspire us in their fight for human rights and social justice. Organized by Solidar in cooperation with the Socialist and Democrat Group and the Party of European Socialists in the European Parliament, the awards represents also a moment for Solidar members, partners and the whole progressive family to come together. Since the first edition of the Silver Rose Awards, the world has changed significantly. We have witnessed a war on terror, displacement and conflict, a global financial crisis and a pandemic, increasing inequality and access to universal social protection, and an ongoing climate emergency threatening humanity and life on Earth. These circumstances have impacted all our lives, although unevenly, as we see the majority of people struggle to live a decent life in the world today. However, there are always counter-movements, resistance and positive examples across the world. Activists, social workers, trade unionists, journalists, political and community leaders that keep fighting for human rights, access to basic needs, and the right to dignity for millions of people. Silver Rose Awards was created to showcase and support the invaluable work of these people as examples for us as progressives to follow. Looking back, we are humbled by the individuals we have been able to meet, celebrate, and endorse with this annual award.
My name is Esther Lynch.
As Secretary General of Solidar.
And I'm the Deputy General Secretary at the European Trade Union Confederation.
Silver Rose means an incentive and a constant motivation to keep supporting our members and partners in Europe and beyond in their work for social justice through a just transition.
To me, Silver Rose means a chance to acknowledge our heroes, to recognise the work that they do every day in our workplaces, in our communities, fighting for a fairer future for everyone together.
The winners of the Silver Rose is an inspiration to us all.
Wonderful, and it's very important to celebrate these achievements and these individuals, of course. The time has come to announce the winner of the 2021 edition. Udo, will you do the honors?
Sure, that is my privilege to tell you that Myrtle Witboy is the winner of this special award. Myrtle is an outstanding trade unionist. She is a fighter for human rights all over the world. Coming from South Africa, She has been spearheading the fight against injustice and the neglect of domestic workers in South Africa and far beyond. Decent working conditions and social security for domestic workers is her issue, is her work, and she was fighting for the most vulnerable parts of our global workforce. And I congratulate you, Myrtle. It couldn't have any better choice than you.
We have a video about Myrtle's work to show to the...
Born under South Africa's deep apartheid divides, Myrtle Witboy's first organizing work took place in private homes. At an early age, she saw the impact of injustice without representation.
In 1967, South Africa was still in the grip of apartheid, and domestic workers was actually just depending on women. And because women were majority black women, uneducated, we found ourselves as domestic workers.
She began to organize domestic workers in her employer's garage, an act of resistance worthy of imprisonment at the time. Her voice became one of the first public figures to campaign for the rights for this isolated group of women workers. Myrtle organized South Africa's National Union of Domestic Workers, the largest movement of its kind.
Make sure that domestic workers are included in your decisions making in your country. Make sure that domestic workers get recognition that their work is decent work.
In the New Democracy, she posed hard questions to government leaders. Who ironed their shirt that day? Who looked after their children? Who cleaned their homes? Challenges that led to the adoption of 5 national labor laws, including unemployment insurance and maternity benefits. In 2008, Myrtle's impact multiplied as she became the president of the first international organization of domestic workers, which played a powerful role in achieving the only global policy for domestic workers, the International Labour Organization's Convention 189, now ratified by 35 countries. Under the global COVID crisis, she led an international process that secured crisis relief funds for domestic workers, literally saving lives and reducing the impact of this virus amongst those on the front lines of care. Myrtle Witboy's life commitment to domestic workers and women's rights has made immeasurable impact around the world in both tangible policy and economic forms, and is a magnanimous emblem of social justice worldwide. Her commitment to domestic workers inscribes the highest calling of life achievement as a direct service to justice, peace, and solidarity.
Domestic workers work isolated from other workers. They actually live alone. They stay in the backyard of the employers. Also, domestic workers are not really protected with social security and social benefits. So that is actually why they still called a vulnerable sector. But we are hoping that changes will come for the domestic workers.
Very well deserved. And I believe we are now connected with Myrtle Witboy. She is on the line. Hello, Myrtle. Can you hear us? Hello? Can you?
Hello, how are you?
We're
Hi,
very well.
Nikki.
Congratulations for your award. Please, the floor is yours to say a few words.
Yes, I'm very surprised and overwhelmed with everything that's happening today. But I'm glad to be here, and this is my work and this is my struggle for this domestic workers. It's been my life struggle, and for me it is a great honor to be here and to actually, have this award in honor of those workers that believe in themselves and believe that we can free ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Udo, I believe you have something you'd like to say to Myrtle as well.
Myrtle, welcome to our gathering here in Brussels, to the award ceremony. I cannot tell you how proud the progressive family all over the world is on you and is on what you did during your career as a political activist. This is the substance of our socialist and democratic work. This is the substance of what we do as Solidar, of what we do as trade unionists. Could you describe where the idea came from, how you started to get involved into this movement, and what you did from the very beginning of your activities until the worldwide awareness that you created today?
Yeah, I think that I remember you. I remember when I was at your office. I remember you even sent me to Italy to go and speak to some of the Filipino women. I think this is actually something. I think we women are born. We are born with something within ourselves, but we don't realize that we have got it. And I think this is what happened when I found myself as a domestic worker. I found myself, thinking, but this is not right. What is happening to me? I did not know at that stage that what I was opening, like they would say in South Africa, was a can of worms. Because in actual fact, at that stage, we were not allowed to open our mouth. We were not allowed to challenge the employers that we were working for. But I did it, and I just asked my employer, and why do you tell me there's no labor laws? And she said, well, there's no laws for you in South Africa. You have to work. And I said, sorry, I'm not going to do this. And that is what actually started my road to this where we are today. It was challenging, not challenging an employer, but it was challenging another woman. She was a woman just like me. And yes, I was working for her and she paid me for that. But why doesn't she respect me as a woman? And that is what happened, that I decided to speak out, to start talking to domestic workers and start asking them. And all over in the road where I walked that time, we couldn't walk during the day. We had to walk, carefully. We had to take the babies in the prams because they can stop us and tell us to. And this is how it started. And this is where we are today because of us as women taking our struggle forward.
You created, Myrtle, not only the movement of domestic workers in South Africa, but you went beyond to make the fight international. Could you describe to us who were your allies? Whom could you convince to found this international movement? Because that is meaningful to all of us in all our different countries, especially in the global South.
Where we are now, where we come from and where we are now. Today, we are so proud that we have an international domestic workers federation controlled by domestic workers and mainly women. So we are here now. We have the International Domestic Workers Federation. We face within that federation because we brought together work the world. We brought together workers with different struggles. We brought together migrant, urban, all type of workers. And this in itself is a great struggle for us. And like one of my comrades and friends was saying to me, when we formed this International Domestic Workers Network in 2013, when we switched over to a federation, when I was actually saying, well, my road, I'm finished walking that road now, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to relax, and I'm sure you heard about him, Dan Galan. He said, stop right there, Myrtle. I'm sorry. You are going to start to walk this road now only. So here I am. I'm on this road. It's like a new baby. It is women with different voices. It is strong women. And I think you would have never realized the power that we have as women. We were so strong, we take on the unknown. There was people that criticized us to say, what does women know? How will they run an organization? 7 years later, 8 years later, we have shown and proved to the world, as women, we can run. I'm sure if they put more women in leadership in unions, I'm sure we will make a success. But this, I'm talking about the domestic sector. I'm talking about women that had no voice. I'm talking about women that they regard as slaves, as stupid, we cannot think for ourselves. And we have shown the world that our work is decent work. And for decent work, we need decent pay. And also our slogan is, our work make all work possible. And that is where we are today. And of course, it's thank you to all of you also. It's thank you to all these organizations that believe in this struggle, that believe that we will do it. And what is the most important part of our federation is the unity. It is the unity of workers. It is when one suffers in a country, we stand together and we support that country. And I think where we are now is we are in the middle. We want to step over. We want to say Convention 189, Convention 190. Let us put it together and let us create freedom for domestic workers in the world. So this is where we are now. We are on a balancing rope and we want to get to the other side, but we need to still mobilize thousands of millions of domestic workers. It's not an easy task. And of course, as you know, the COVID-19 pandemic has really set us back. But once again, domestic workers have proved we are not going to sit down. We are not going to feel sorry for ourselves. We are going to show the world that we are going to survive. And here we are, IDWF, SATSAWU in South Africa, we are all still standing. We are doors and our offices, and we are still there for domestic workers. And this is who I am, and that is how I become strong, because of the belief of the workers and because we can free ourselves.
Myrtle, this is so impressive, and this is such a great message to our international community. Indeed, you mentioned it. We are indeed worries that COVID-19 is backlashing on our societies and that we go back, especially in the sector of domestic workers, because we have an informal, say highly informalized sectors with vulnerable people. You have been doing two things which are so amazing. You have been so influential on the International Labour Organization, creating new norms for this sector. You have been impacting on the mighty and the powerful. And on the other side, you have been teaching your fellows, women especially, 80% women in this sector, to stand up and to raise their voice. Give us an idea, what is your message to the world? What is your message to the European Union, to what we are doing here? How can we support you? How can we organize ourselves that your comrades, your fellows can have a decent life in the future that is honorable for all of us? Give us your advice. How can we take action and support your work?
Yeah, I think, yes, that is what we would call on today. We would call on all organizations to support us. We would call on all organizations to actually, yes, go back. And I think it's also important that employers go back and have a close look at that person working for them and actually start asking that person questions, because sometimes we don't even know who's working for us. Sometimes they don't even know our name and we're working for them. And I think that is the challenges that we have to challenge employers. We have to actually challenge organizations. We have to challenge all those people that say we believe in the IDWF. We have to challenge them and say, it's not just about funding, it's about your solidarity support. Support us in our campaigns. And if we look at only 33 countries has ratified Convention 189, and Convention 189 is ours. We must be jealous about it. It belongs to us. It don't belong to anybody. It is ours. We fought for it. We have cried for it. and we have to make it real. So as we hoping next year we start traveling in the world again and we start talking again about Convention 189. I'm also visiting Bahrain tomorrow for a few days to go and talk there to the workers that's struggling, you know, their passports get taken away and things like that. And as we start traveling and going into the world, I just hope that with the workers, you know, pushing me and with the workers supporting me, because I am nothing without them. IDWF is big, and we are just the people that has to do the work. And like you were saying just now, if you respect yourself and you respect others, you will get a greater respect. And that is what is important. And the other thing that is important, to remain humble. You know, you see so many politicians, you see so many people, once they have power, once they become big, they forget where they come from. And this is what we're trying to preach in Satsao. And that is what I'm trying to say. Remain yourself, remain humble, and I think together we will create miracles for domestic workers if we stand together. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Myrtle. I can say, Michael, our promise is to continue our collaboration. Our promise is to give you strength, to help you forward in your work, which is inspiring the whole progressive community. Perhaps, Myrtle, one last question, one very question to you personally. Where did you take this courage from to stand up and to do all these marvelous things for the workers' community in South Africa and all over the globe? What is driving force in you that you can do that?
Yes, thank you very much. And I also want to say to you, the one person that's also very special is Barbara, that's in your organization. I think she was the one that introduced me, and she was the one that supported us at the ILO, shouting and screaming. She was really strong. So yes, let us go forward together, and let us not just like put this award and hang it on a wall or put this award one side. Let this award work for us so that we can go forward and work together. And there's many, many things to do still. There's a long road to still travel, but I'm sure together we're going to do it.
Myrtle Witbooi, thanks a lot and congratulations again.
Congratulations, Myrtle. I'd like to also give the floor to Michael. Would you like to add something? Do you have any remarks for us, Michael?
No, I mean, thanks a lot, Myrtle, and happy to see you again. Very happy to be with you today in this moment and to be able to be part of this process of making sure that you get the recognition that you deserve as a person and that the IDWF deserve as a movement all across the globe for the important work they do. And I think we can promise both continue our solidarity, support to IDWF and our respective organizations to continue to push for the adoption of the Convention 189, but also to engage in the difficult conversations amongst ourselves where we are also employers in the roles where we are to workers in our own homes. And I think this is also something that I take with me from this conversation, the importance of both having a conversation with ourselves, which is quite intimate and sometimes problematic and complicated, and do it as well as movements and organizations. So, thanks a lot, Myrtle, and happy to be with you at this very moment.
Thank you and congratulations again, Myrtle, from all of us. And thank you, Michael. Let's hope that Solidar continues to shine a light on the people who deserve to be recognized for their lifetime achievement in these areas. Thank you both. The next panel will be on a similar, very important issue, which is that of access to resources. Because as we know, not everyone in the world has the same access to the resources we do. There's great inequality, and we need to have a conversation about what is equitable, whether it comes to water or food or education or health. The panel will feature Jutta Urpilainen, the Finnish Commissioner for International Partnerships, Charles Santiago, economist and politician from the Democratic Action Party in Malaysia, Marcela Alhumada, the Executive Director of the Salvador Allende Foundation, and Rob Hawkins, who is a UK activist and writer on environmental issues. They will be with you in just just a few seconds. Thank you again, both of you, and thank you for the work that you're doing to support everyone on these incredibly important fights they're fighting.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Very happy to be here.
Hello and welcome to our panel here at the Global Progressive Forum. As mentioned, as billed, we're going to be discussing access to resources. My name is Jack Parrock. I'm a Brussels-based independent correspondent and presenter, and I'm delighted to be joined on this panel pretty internationally, actually. We have Jutta Urpilainen joining us, the European Commissioner for International Partnerships. We also have Charles Santiago, who is a Malaysian politician and a member of the Democratic Action Party. We have Marcela Ahumada, who is the Executive Director of the Salvador Allende Foundation. And we also have Rob Hopkins, who is a climate activist and from the Transition Network in the United Kingdom, which looks at localization. So I know, Commissioner, I can see you there. Thank you so much for joining us. We do have some of our other guests, obviously, with us, but I know that you do not have too much time to stay with us. So we will get first in with you, and we'll talk to you. What role, Commissioner, does the EU play in promoting access to resources and fighting inequalities? How important is the EU in making sure there is sort of a global access and fair access to resources?
Thanks a lot. I'm very pleased to be with you today in this progressive forum. And I would like to start by saying that actually no one chooses where they are born, who their parents are, or where they come from. And I really see that our job as policymakers is to make sure that inequality at birth does not mean a lifetime of inequality. And I think this is the reason why I became a politician almost 20 years ago, because I wanted to fight inequalities. Of course, now as a Commissioner for International Partnerships, I have put the fight against inequality at the heart of the EU's international partnership. And in order to break the cycle of inequalities, we need to invest in three things: fair economy, but also people and planet. So first, invest in fair and sustainable economies. As a former finance minister, I see that good fiscal and tax policies are the bedrock of economic stability, and also the bedrock of sustainable recovery. And that's why the European Union is actually working with our partner countries to collect more, but also spend better. For example, we have launched new commitments under the Addis Tax Initiative, and they will help our partners raise more domestic revenue and also improve their tax systems. So if everyone pays their fair share of taxes, there will be more resources for critical services like education, but also healthcare and social protection. And that actually leads to the second investment, which is people. The European Union has committed at least 20% of our developing cooperation funding to human development over the next 7 years. And this, of course, includes health. The urgency to strengthen health systems is one of the key lessons of this pandemic. But it also means education. And as a former teacher, I have really witnessed the transformative power of education. And that's why I have personally decided to increase spending on education in our partner countries from 7% to at least 10%. And this means that the European Union will devote an additional 6 billion euros to improve education worldwide. And then the third investment, the planet. Of course, climate change and environmental degradation hit hardest the world's poorest. So along with conflict and economic shocks, they really cause hunger. I look at the statistics from the past year, last year, 2020. Nearly 1 in 3 people in the world did not have access to adequate food, and this is unacceptable. The EU's response is the European Green Deal, a growth strategy towards a low-carbon future that leaves no one behind. And one of its pillars is transforming agri-food systems and making them more sustainable. They should become fair, healthy, and also environmentally friendly. I think it's something the COVID-19 pandemic has really illustrated just how interlinked and unequal the world is. But such crisis also provides an opportunity to start again. So today the world has a chance to reinvent itself, and I think and I hope that this forum gives also some food of thought for that change.
So one of the issues, Commissioner, obviously, is that the European Union, when it works with international partners, it also sort of needs resources from other parts of the world as well. So how does the EU balance sort of fighting those inequalities while making sure it is securing its own resources to make sure, you know, it can achieve its goals, climate goals, you know, economic goals? You need those resources from other partners as well.
I personally think that there is no contradiction because it's about equal partnerships. And that's why I'm working for the partnerships, equal partnerships. And the European Union really relies on the resources provided by many of our partner countries. And that is actually one of our greatest assets. We are the world's greatest trade bloc. We can lead the transition towards fair, more equitable and socially responsible global supply chains. And we do that. For example, the EU is fully committed to socially responsible investing. We are working on a legislation on environmental and human rights due diligence to reduce the most serious violations in global supply chains. This work is ongoing, and we hope that we are able to adopt a new legislation still by the end of this year. We use trade policy to improve national labour standards, and we also work to improve the situation for those in the informal economy. I give you one example. Through the EU ACP Development Minerals Programme, we have helped African small-scale miners, for instance. They have developed more than 200 formal cooperatives, giving them access to credit. I also see that social dialogue with both workers and employers or organizations supports the post-COVID recovery to be resilient, fair and sustainable. Open global borders, we know, do not automatically translate into fairer, more prosperous and peaceful societies. So the global inequality exposed by COVID-19 have made that clear. I think I hope everybody really understands it now. But effectively managed, open borders can contribute to inclusive development, and we believe in this. And that's why the EU itself exemplifies the principle of fair and also open trade. Our union of 27 member states has generated tremendous prosperity over the past 75 years. We are a good example of that. And not only prosperity, but it has also helped us avoid war. So we can really leverage our experiences on the global stage by promoting environmentally and socially responsible standards, and we can lead the transition towards fairer, greener and more sustainable societies.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Jutta Urpilainen, for joining us on this panel. I hope that you'll be able to stay, but I know at some point you're going to have to jump off. So we just really appreciate you joining us at the Global Progressive Forum today for this discussion about resources. So one of the things that the Commissioner was talking about there was financial resources. And money is obviously a really important issue. And I know it's something that Marcela Ahumada, who is the Executive Director of the Salvador Allende Foundation, who's joining us from Chile, is able to talk about. So Marcela, thank you so much for being with us. I wonder if you can just explain a little bit about your foundation and what you do with the European Union, or the work you do with Europe, and how that sort of plays into access to resources.
Ya. En primer lugar, me gustaría agradecer la invitación a este panel como directora ejecutiva de la Fundación Salvador Allende y saludar al resto de los panelistas aquí presentes. La Fundación Salvador Allende fue creada al inicio del retorno de la democracia tras 17 años de dictadura. La misión de nuestra fundación es difundir el legado político, social y ético de la vida del presidente Allende, promoviendo la democracia como valor fundamental para la preservación de la paz, el entendimiento entre los distintos actores sociales y políticos de nuestra sociedad. Este trabajo lo desarrollamos a través de nuestro centro de documentación, el cual cuenta con valiosos archivos que nos permiten reflexionar junto a la sociedad civil y a las organizaciones de derechos humanos sobre el valor de la democracia, el respeto a la diversidad de pensamiento. Durante esos años hemos puesto énfasis sobre la importancia de trabajar por una mejor y mayor democracia para resolver nuestros conflictos, abriendo espacios de participación donde las distintas voces sean escuchadas. Nos gustaría haber podido abarcar más, pero entre otras cosas, la concentración de medios de comunicación en mi país en manos de la derecha económica nos ha dificultado esta reflexión profunda y tan necesaria hoy sobre el ideario político liderado por el presidente Salvador Allende. Durante este tiempo, además, hemos tratado de ser un puente entre el mundo social y político, lo que no ha estado exento de dificultades por las diversas razones, como por ejemplo el descrédito de la clase política, el individualismo producto de un sistema de libre mercado que ha penetrado en nuestra sociedad y donde lo colectivo ha dejado de ser relevante, y la falta de confianza entre los diferentes actores del mundo progresista. Hoy día tenemos además otros desafíos que enfrentar, no solo en Chile, sino que también en América Latina, como son la migración, el cambio climático, la falta de sostenibilidad económica, los déficits democráticos y el aumento de la desigualdad. Estos retos debemos enfrentarlos juntos con América Latina y Europa. No podemos abordar temas globales en forma individual. Debemos tratar entre todos de volver a lo colectivo y a la cooperación. Hoy nos gustaría poder contar con líneas de cooperación internacional donde podamos acordar desafíos conjuntos que tengan impacto en la región. Los indicadores económicos no convergen con la situación social y democrática de nuestro país, y la sociedad civil progresista necesita su apoyo. Hemos avanzado mucho en acuerdos comerciales de cooperación mutua, pero nuestro continente no es solo comercio. Detrás de eso hay seres humanos a los que debemos mirar con todas las carencias y desigualdades sociales que tienen que enfrentar diariamente en salud, vivienda, educación y seguridad social. Abrir espacios de diálogo fructífero entre el mundo social y político es una tarea que sin duda contribuirá al entendimiento de nuestros pueblos. Ciertamente la cooperación no solucionará todas las carencias de nuestro continente, pero puede ayudar a descomprimir el malestar causado por la distribución del ingreso y la inmoral desigualdad. Mientras existan estos elementos que amenazan la democracia en nuestro continente, no viviremos en paz y por el contrario surgirán populismo y liderazgos de derecha que lo único que garantizan es profundizar la brecha entre ricos y pobres. Debemos sensibilizar a los que aún no creen en la importancia de un rol del Estado a través de políticas públicas progresistas para solucionar los problemas sociales que afectan a nuestra población. Para terminar, solo quiero decir que el presidente Salvador Allende nos dejó un enorme testimonio sobre la importancia de la solidaridad entre los pueblos, del respeto a su autodeterminación y de la necesaria articulación para poder conversar y trabajar en los problemas que nos afectan a todos. Necesitamos más Europa, una Europa interesada en un mundo social, que trabaja en silencio para construir países más humanos, más iguales y más dignos. Agradezco enormemente haber podido poder conversar con ustedes y hablar de lo que pasa en nuestro continente. Muchas gracias a todas.
Thank you, Marcela. We'll pick up on some of the issues that you've raised there, but firstly we're going to turn to Charles Santiago, who is a member of Parliament from Malaysia. As I said, we're talking really internationally here. Charles, perhaps you can outline perhaps the issues that exist in Malaysia. I know that you work on access to water, for instance. Perhaps we don't have Charles with us, but so we'll come back to you, Marcela, if you don't mind. If you're still with us, I can see you taking your headphones out. So, Marcela, yeah. So perhaps we can ask you. You know, the issues that you've raised there about needing more Europe. What would change if there was better cooperation between European partners and partners in your country in Chile? You didn't hear me?
No.
Okay. Unfortunately, we've got Charles back now.
Santiago.
Hello, Charles. We'll bring you in. Sorry, we're having a slight little technical issue there, but I can see you and I can hear you, I think. So, Charles, tell us about the situation in Malaysia. As the question, I don't know if you heard the question asked, but perhaps you can sort of explain the issues in Malaysia.
Could you repeat the question again? I'm sorry. I missed
the question. I mean, we just heard there from Marcela in Chile that, you know, the need for European cooperation that would support the work that they do to reduce inequalities, to help people access resources, education, financial, etc. What would it mean in Malaysia for you? More support from a European perspective.
Thanks, Jack, for the question, and my greetings of peace and solidarity to fellow speakers and friends who are on the webinar. I heard the second part of the EU ambassador's speech on reinventing the world, and or rather building back better, and then she also talked about equal partnership between different actors in the world. My quick response to that is, one, that the European Union, European companies and European institutions in Malaysia and in Southeast Asia have played a very important role in the development of our countries. There's no doubt about that. In fact, my own country, Malaysia, is a British colony, although Britain is no longer the European community, but the links are there. The links are there. But what I would like to raise here, Jack, is the issue of trade agreements that impinges on access to healthcare, access to medicine, access to water, and so on and so forth. The trade agreements are very much focused towards big multinational corporations. The European Union supports that idea, and in that process, people are pushed out of having affordable health care, for example, expensive medicine because of patent agreements through the intellectual property rights that our governments are signing on to, whether it is through the Regional Cooperation for Economic Partnership or the CPTPPA that our governments will be signing on to very soon. The point I would like to make is, if we want to build an equal partnership, then it must work for both the continents. It must work for Europe, and it must work for Asia and including Malaysia. It must work for everybody. But I find that the agreements and in the trade agreements does not do that. It creates an unequal environment, an unequal partnership between very strong countries, very big, very strong governments, as well as weaker nations in the south, whether you're in Latin America, Africa, or even Asia, though. So I think in order to look at the equal partnership, we need to think at the way we rewrite or we write trade agreements. That's number one. Number two, along with that, we have privatization. Privatization is a big thing. It's being big promoted by big business together with the European Commission. Now, when you have public and private partnership, access to resources like water, electricity becomes a problem. I mean, access to water is a fundamental human right, but there are lots of communities in Southeast Asia where you will not be able to get water because water is privatized. The management of water is privatized. And this model has to be rethought again to allow for water to be controlled and managed by the government in place at that time. I recognize that governments are also having problems with money, with corruption, and a whole lot of other problems though. But when you privatize, you hand over the management of an important resource to a company that focuses on profits as opposed to focusing on providing water, especially for vulnerable groups, including indigenous communities and the poor. So I think we need to rethink about this notion of equal partnership and what it really means on a day-to-day basis for the people of the South and also the northern countries, especially in the European Commission, the 27 countries that make up the European Commission. I think this is something that we need to think about. And increasingly, the trade agreements, especially when you have the investor-state dispute settlement, ISDS. Now, ISDS is another form of disciplining developing countries. Is another form of disciplining developing countries, which I think should not be in a trade agreement, because it is not development in nature, though. Governments need to protect its interests. Governments need to protect its policies. Its policies must promote its interests, the government's interests, who are voted by the people themselves. So if the decision of the government can be contested at a tribunal outside the country, then it defeats the purpose of sovereignty of a nation, though.
Charles,
so we need to reassess, and I think, as what the ambassador said earlier, that COVID-19 provides.
Charles, we'll come back to some of these issues. Actually, the ISDS stuff, the mechanisms to dispute as part of trade deals are interesting, and certainly, they're one of the big issues in a lot of the trade deals that the European Union does all over the world, not just the ones it's doing in Asia. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Marcelo, I'll bring you back in. Perhaps you can explain a bit about how the pandemic has changed the situation in Chile for resources, and especially how resources that are coming internationally and through partnerships. I know you're keen on making sure that those sort of financial resources at least get into the hands of civil society as well, and not only to government. Perhaps you can explain a little bit.
Bueno, la pandemia nos demostró a todos, yo creo que en América Latina, no solo en Chile, sino que en América Latina, de una realidad que es bastante tremenda, que vimos el nivel de desigualdad. Ya conocíamos el tema de la desigualdad, pero ahora nos dimos cuenta que esta desigualdad además se manifestaba también en los temas de salud y salubridad. A mayor pobreza, mayor contagio. A mayor hacinamiento en los hogares, mayor contagio. Ahora, nuestro país ha sido un ícono en la región por el tratamiento que hizo en torno a la compra de vacunas y en torno también a lo que ha sido la vacunación. Nosotros tenemos un 90% de la población vacunada con las 2 dosis y hemos avanzado más del 40% con la tercera dosis. Pero no es solamente el tema salud, aquí hay un tema económico, que es el tema de la empleabilidad, un tema del trabajo decente, y un tema cómo la sociedad, que no somos países ricos, abordamos este tema. Hoy tenemos en Chile un trabajo informal que es muy grande. Entonces tenemos mucha gente, y sobre todo mujeres, trabajando en en labores precarias, sin previsión, sin salud y dejando a los hijos al cuidado de quien se quiera hacer cargo, han tenido que salir a trabajar. Las cuarentenas no siempre han podido ser respetadas porque hay que buscar el pan a diario. Y por otro lado tenemos un gobierno que le costó mucho hacerse cargo del problema económico que afectaba a las familias. Y esto originó evidentemente un mayor malestar y significó además que para poder financiar la carencia laboral, hubo que sacar nuestro dinero de seguridad social. Vamos en lo que ahora se está discutiendo, lo que es el cuarto retiro de lo que son los fondos previsionales de mucha gente, mucha gente. Es decir, al cabo de 30 años, 20 años, 15 años más, vamos a tener una población que no va a tener seguridad social porque ya va a haber sacado su dinero para poder enfrentar la pandemia. Ese es un escándalo, ustedes comprenderán, un escándalo, porque finalmente cualquiera que sea el gobierno o el país, vamos a tener que enfrentar a millones de personas que se han quedado sin fondos previsionales. Eso les puedo decir en términos de cómo hemos vivido la pandemia, en términos de financiamiento. Chile, les vuelvo a repetir, negoció muy bien el tema de las vacunas con los diferentes países, producto que había tenido un tratamiento de la economía fiscal bastante responsable, por lo cual había fondos para aquello, pero también ha significado que el país se endeude, lo que significa que la tasa de crecimiento que se esperaba para estos años va a ser inferior a la esperada, y por supuesto que esa tasa de crecimiento siempre afecta a los más pobres. El 1% más rico en mi país no va a estar afectado por esa baja tasa de crecimiento. Es decir, tenemos problemas, efectivamente tenemos problemas, tenemos que seguir creciendo y creciendo paulatinamente, porque somos países muy pequeños, donde no tenemos grandes empresas, porque lo que nosotros exportamos básicamente es materia prima. Entonces tenemos grandes desafíos hacia adelante. Y bueno, los acuerdos internacionales de comercio ayudan mucho efectivamente, porque dan una seguridad de inversión. Pero también yo invito a mirar esos acuerdos de comercio con los ojos de una población que tiene tremendos problemas laborales de tener un empleo decente y de tener una previsión o tener un sistema social que les garantice una estabilidad en el largo plazo. No sé si contesto a tu pregunta.
Thank you very, very much, Marcela. I had a little problem with the sound there. I don't know. I think it looks like we may have lost Charles. So we'll stick with you, Marcela. You know, what should I mean, we're coming out of the pandemic. You mentioned vaccines there. But there are obviously other resources that are needed, and you were talking about trade deals and financial investments, etc. I wonder what your sense is. Do you think that international partners post-pandemic will be more open and will look more globally, or you think this may have sort of, you know, a lot of the wealthier nations of the world really sort of protected their vaccines for themselves? There's still large parts of Africa and Asia which are really struggling to access those kind of resources. Do you think that the pandemic may change the sort of scope of the political landscape internationally in that way, that people are a bit more protectionist of their own resources?
Bueno, ciertamente que la pandemia va a cambiar el escenario político, el escenario social, y yo creo que también lo que va a cambiar son las necesidades de cada uno de los países. Y esto va a derivar, no me cabe la menor duda, en que todos los países vamos a tener que tener un Estado más fuerte que con buenas políticas públicas pueda dar sustentabilidad y pueda dar tranquilidad a toda la población, porque se ha visto finalmente en estos tiempos de pandemia que es el Estado y los gobiernos los que se hacen cargo de estas terribles ya sea la pandemia o en el caso de España el incendio de Canarias. Entonces, nosotros creemos sinceramente que vamos a tener que trabajar en gobiernos que impulsen buenas políticas públicas mirado a lo social, mirado a la igualdad de género, mirado también a la sustentabilidad económica y el medio ambiente y haciéndonos cargo también de lo que significa el nuevo escenario con este cambio climático, que es otra variable que vamos a tener que tratar. Por otro lado, a nosotros la pandemia también nos ha demostrado algo. Chile ha hecho un gran esfuerzo para tener a toda su población vacunada. Nosotros estamos todos vacunados con una vacuna china que se llama Sinovac. Vacuna china que en el continente europeo, en algunos países, no está reconocida. Entonces también nosotros de alguna forma sentimos una discriminación porque entendiendo de que esto es un juego también comercial, a pesar que nuestros países de Latinoamérica en su gran mayoría está vacunada con Sinovac, tenemos dificultades para poder ingresar a algunos países europeos. Parlamento Europeo. Bueno, yo en lo personal tuve problemas para entrar al Parlamento Europeo. Entonces, y eso que tengo 3 vacunas. Entonces, eso también es una forma de mirar a América Latina y mirar al resto de los países con menor nivel de desarrollo en una forma que para mí no es la adecuada, porque países que tienen que hemos tenido demasiadas dificultades para poder lograr controlar la pandemia en Europa, que lo vemos como un continente bastante más desarrollado, con más recursos, no reconocen nuestro esfuerzo. Entonces ahí tenemos como un dolorcito que nos gustaría sanar, entendiendo cuáles son las ideas detrás de esto. Por otro lado, la pandemia evidentemente a Chile le ha tocado lo político, porque nosotros estamos a puerta de una elección presidencial este fin de semana. Estamos también elaborando una nueva constitución con una constituyente y obviamente cuando surge la pandemia surge en medio de un conflicto social que ya venía arrastrándose desde el año 2019 producto de la desigualdad y de la inequidad. Y la pandemia nos mostró aún más esa desigualdad y esa inequidad. Entonces, la pandemia también va a jugar un rol en la elección presidencial y va a jugar un rol también de cómo este gobierno ha tratado las carencias sociales producto de la pandemia. Entonces, sin duda, después de la pandemia, Chile va a haber cambiado, el mundo va a haber cambiado, pero yo espero que ese cambio sea un cambio positivo para nuevamente poder mirar los problemas globales en forma global y no en forma continental ni particular por cada uno país.
Thank you, Marcella. So I can see now that we are joined by Rob Hopkins in the United Kingdom from the Transition Network. Hi, Rob. Thank you so much for joining us. I don't know whether there was some connection problems, but we have you now. Can you tell us about what you do? I know that you campaign for sort of localization, for supporting communities to build themselves up. Perhaps you can explain, what the Transition Network does and what its ambitions are.
Yes, thank you. Many apologies. Yes, I had a bit of technical issues there. So, the transition movement is something which started in the southwest of England in 2006, basically as a community-led response to the climate and ecological emergency, based on the question of what can we do here? You know, if the global north is up here and it needs to get down to here to a place that is appropriate for a just transition, how do we design a kind of a detox for the global north so that it feels like we're moving towards something rather than being wrenched away from something? How do we create longing for a different approach, a different kind of a future? So it's based on the idea of resilience building and localizing economies. And resources are, of course, a very big part of that. So although the transition movement just started here, you can now find transition groups in 50 countries around the world, in thousands of places. We talk about it as being a movement of communities that are reimagining and rebuilding the world. And so resources are something that are very important. So sometimes we look at that in terms of A lot of groups will start their own energy companies. How do we bring the resource of energy generation into community ownership so that it becomes something that is done by us as communities and that communities benefit from, rather than it being something that is done to communities? Land is clearly a very important part of that. There are transition groups who are becoming their own housing developers, meeting their own housing need in a way that requires obviously access to land, but also to that means that once that housing is built, it's in community ownership, it benefits the community in the long term rather than the profits generated ending up in the Cayman Islands. There are a number of transition groups who start food growing projects, community farms, community rewilding projects, where communities take land that was owned by the local municipality who don't want it anymore to bring that into community ownership. I'm part of a very ambitious project where I live, where the community is becoming its own developer on an 8-acre industrial site, and we are currently building the case for our municipality to compulsorily purchase the site to benefit the community. So it's also about where resources in terms of money in a local economy, how do we redesign a local economy so that those resources stay and circulate as many times as they possibly can, in the same way that water and nutrients do in a forest. They circulate as many times as possible before they leave. That's really a model that has underpinned the transition movement from the beginning. It's one of the reasons why lots of places use local currencies, for example. I was just in Belgium, visited a town where at the beginning of the lockdown, the municipality there bought 4 million euros worth of local currency to distribute to local people as a way of trying to incentivize people to support the local economy as part of their thinking about what they look like when they emerge out the other side. But using cooperatives, using a whole range of different models which enable money to stay locally rather than leave is really important. In Liège, in Belgium, the transition group there started something called Ceinture Alimentaire, which means food belt, where they're localizing the food system around with the land around the town, and proving an extraordinary success in terms of reimagining the food system of a city so that more money stays locally. They've made 27 new cooperatives, raised 5 million euros of investment from local people that goes into reimagining the local food system rather than into the banks, many of whom are still driving everything that's kind of going wrong in the world. So I guess just to wrap up my initial provocation, that for us, resources are something that, where possible, need to be in community ownership, because that increases democracy, it increases opportunity, it gives communities so much more say over what they're going to do. And just to come back to the project that I mentioned that I've been involved with here, where the community is becoming its own developer, one of the things that I think is so exciting about that is that if we did development in such a way where we borrow money over a longer period of time, 25 years, in order to fund community-led developments, after 25 years, those schemes have paid off all the money, and then they're generating £2-3 million a year for the community to decide what it wants to do with. Imagine if someone had done that 25 years ago, how it would transform where we are now, thinking at how we're going to deal with the climate emergency, how we're going to bounce back after COVID. All of these things, it's a different way of looking at resources, and I think it's something that's really important. Thank you.
It's very interesting what you're suggesting, and also it isn't perhaps it's a difficult thing to do, though, right? You're talking about taking energy production into a community and land and these issues, and there are forces that are going to fight against you. There are big energy companies that their business is to sell energy to citizens and to communities. How much resistance does your movement face?
Well, I think every story is different. There are a number of projects that don't encounter very much resistance at all. The community-led development project that I mentioned that I'm very involved in my town is at the moment encountering a lot of resistance from private developers who basically engineered the sale of the site from under our feet at the very last minute, and we're now in a big fight to get that situation put right. Actually, a lot of projects like community energy projects I mean, they may encounter some degree of resistance. They also encounter an enormous amount of public popular support. In the city of Bath, for example, Transition Corsham and Transition Bath created Bath and West Community Energy as a community-owned energy company. That's since raised about £15 million of investment from the people in the city. They had a model where people could move part of their pension fund into community-owned renewables, and then that also then gave their municipality the confidence to invest in them. So yeah, there are, of course, these things are always going to encounter some degree of resistance, and some things more than others. But it may also be because at the moment these things are sufficiently small that they're not on the radar of the really big, powerful organisations. Yeah, so I mean, but also I would not for a moment say that any of this stuff is easy. You know, a lot of these projects take a huge amount of work from people who are really committed to making these things happen. But the beautiful thing about it for me is that they also offer the potential of us moving beyond the idea that we can make the kind of change that we need to with movements that are run by volunteers, to saying actually we can start to put in place bits of infrastructure that can generate income streams that then mean we can properly resource this. It makes us much more able to deliver what we want to deliver, I think.
To play devil's advocate though as well, I mean, you know, what you're suggesting is, you know, networks of people that work together to build, you know, a prosperous community. That, why shouldn't it be local councils or, you know, regional governments that do this? I mean, that's kind of, they have the same explanation of their job. Why does it take a network like yours to prioritize a community?
Very good question. You know, we had one time we had, you know, so in my town here in Totnes in Devon, which is one of the early pioneering transition projects, we have a lot of people who come from all over the world on sort of fact-finding visits. And I remember we once had a group who came from South Korea, and we took them and showed them the site of this community-led development project and told them the story. And I remember them saying, "But why are you doing this? Like, what's your local government for? Why are you having to do this as citizens?" I mean, and my answer to that is because it's not happening, and because I spoke to somebody recently involved in a transition group who went to her council and her local government and said, "This is a climate emergency. You know, we need to be doing this. We need to be doing this. We need to be doing this." They said, "Yes, we completely agree, but we're a kind of a slower moving bureaucratic organisation. Your citizens in this town, you can move much faster. You can mobilise much faster. Maybe this will move better if we support you and remove any blockages to you doing what you need to do. So just go and kind of get on with it, you know." So there are some places where municipalities are taking the lead on this, and I've visited some of those places, and there are particularly, I guess, in places maybe in France where mayors have more powers. So there are some amazing towns and cities in France where mayors are leading, doing transition very visionary from the front. But if you live somewhere where that's not happening, and we're in a climate and ecological emergency, then I think there's also a great power to us just stepping up and getting on with it.
So you mentioned there as well that, you know, one of the issues is the climate crisis that we're facing, and that's where your movement was born out of. The climate crisis is going to create much more competition for resources, for energy, for land, etc. I wonder, are you hopeful that as a human race we can, or at least sort of at a political level, that we can, I don't know, I don't want to be too like doomsaying, but that we can create a structure for humanity that it creates equitable access to resources?
I mean, I'm very strongly of the opinion, and it's something I talk about and write about a lot, that actually doing this stuff is not the hard bit. The hard bit is that we are living in a time with a kind of a poverty of imagination. I was just in in Glasgow for the first week of COP, and it's clear that many of the people involved in the decision-making process there are really unable to imagine anything beyond business as usual. And that's really the problem. We're kind of hamstrung with one idea of how the future could be. You know, as Mariame Kaba, an incredible activist in America, said, you know, we live in a system that's locked into a false sense of inevitability. I feel what we've done with the transition movement over the past 15, 16 years has really been to run a massive experiment, a decentralized, self-organizing experiment of what it looks like when communities self-organize, driven by what they're passionate about, and get on with the process of trying to build what comes next, whether it's small projects like community gardens and things, or really ambitious things like they're doing in Liège, really big community energy projects. All of those things are really not waiting for permission from anybody, and the body of knowledge that has been accumulated through this movement during that time, I think when the wider world realizes that actually a climate emergency means an awful lot more than in the global north, people switching to air source heat pumps and driving electric cars. It requires a profound reimagining of how the economy works, how agriculture works, how everything works. Then there are many, many lessons from the transition movement and from many other movements, indigenous movements, social justice movements from around the world. But those are the ideas that are on the table for when we get there. And I think transition has been and continues to be a really important experiment in that regard.
Thank you, Rob Hopkins, so much for joining us. That was really interesting. And thank you to Marcela Ahumada and to Charles Santiago and to Jutta Urpilainen as well, who all joined at slightly different times. But we managed to hear that sort of international perspective. So thanks for being with us on this panel at the Global Progressive Forum 2021 on access to resources. Cheers.
Welcome back, and thank you, Jack, for that incredible panel on access to resources. It was very interesting. We heard that a climate emergency means a lot for all of us globally, whether we live in an area that's already affected by climate change or not. It's a global problem. We heard from Commissioner Urpilainen that being born somewhere geographically doesn't mean that one's fate is sealed, should not mean that one's fate is sealed to live in such circumstances. And of course, access to resources also means that a large section of the world does not have access to the internet or has poor access to the internet. There is, of course, a lot of digital illiteracy, not enough digital literacy around the world. And we do have a panel at 4 p.m. on digitalization and democracy. So if you're interested in that, please tune in then. We will have Raphael Glucksmann, a member of the European Parliament, who's chair of the Special Committee on Foreign Interference in All Democratic Processes and Its Information. We will have Tristan Harris, President for the Center of Humane Technology, Max Schrems, who's a privacy activist and lawyer from Austria, Maya Wang, who's a senior researcher from Human Rights Watch China. But before that, of course, we will talk about migration, another very important topic. And we're joined by another European Commissioner. This time it will be Ylva Johansson, the European Commissioner for Home Affairs, as well as refugee rights advocates and refugees currently living and working in the EU. But before all that, you can still follow us online on our social media. And here we have our social media expert, Dana. Hello.
Hi,
Welcome.
Kelly.
Hi.
Thank you very much. Good to be here.
Good to see you. Tell people how they can follow us online.
Oh, there's a lot of ways. You can first go to socialistsandemocrats.eu. That is our site where we stream on the homepage. You'll have to click anywhere, you're fine. Also on globalprogressiveforum.org. We're live on Twitter. We're not live, but we're tweeting all the time. And the panel later this afternoon on digitalization will be also streamed on our Facebook page, so tune into that.
So Facebook, Twitter,
everywhere.
Socialists and Democrats, globalprogressiveforum.org. Take your pick and follow us online. We also launched a poll yesterday, and Dana has been monitoring it.
Indeed,
what are the results looking like, Dana?
Well, the 212 people that have voted so far say that reducing poverty and inequalities is the thing we need to do to achieve a fair society.
I wonder if they just watched the Access to Resources panel.
Indeed. That's the vast majority. Like it's above everything else. However, I am sad to see that banning landmines got no votes.
None at all.
None at all.
Not a priority.
Well, colonization of the moon got 2 votes, one of them being mine.
Colonization of the moon?
Yes.
And you voted for that too? Okay, fair enough. Where are you from, Dana?
I am Romanian.
So you want Romania to have a piece of the moon?
Tiny flag.
Okay, fair.
Could be
Why
EU,
not?
though.
Let's just put all the flags.
Would not mind.
And anything else on the poll that's of note? Can people still vote as well?
Of course, throughout the whole 3 days, the votes are open. We'll discuss probably the end results at the end of.
And where can people vote?
So the poll is live on the front homepage of the globalprogressiveforum.org, same place where you can watch the live streaming.
Fantastic.
What people are saying also, since you asked.
Okay, tell me.
Access to affordable education.
Access to affordable education.
Focus
also
on affordable there, because
yes,
in many countries that's still on the wish list.
Not only developing countries either.
Indeed, indeed.
Tell me a little bit about your thoughts on access to resources. We just watched the panel on them. We heard some of the panelists' thoughts on it. Have you heard anything interesting on it, or what's your take on resources?
Well, actually, I agree with the speakers from the panel. This is a crucial issue for our future, for our kids who has them. And recently, I have read this very interesting article about 82-year-old engineer in Spain.
Okay.
I mean, Spain, led by a progressive leader, don't know if that counts, but he has devised a drinking water extractor. So basically what he does is extracts the water from thin air. So we literally have drinking water out of thin air.
That sounds like magic.
It does sound like magic. We actually have an infographic that explains how the process works.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a very professionally done infographic, but yeah, all kidding aside, the technology he uses is basically the one on condensation. It's as easy as that. He condenses water and then simply extracts it. And apparently he can, a larger version of this device could generate up to 5,000 liters of drinking water per day. No harm to the environment, no plastic bottles. Like, this literally could be the future.
It could be a game changer.
It could.
And are there any plans? Is there a patent? Do you know anything else about?
I think it's patented already, and it's already being used, and that's the best part. It's used in areas of Namibia and in refugee camp in Lebanon.
Wow.
So it's already being put to good use.
It's good to have some good news stories on access to resources. Because, as you know, our next panel is on migration, which has been in the news a lot, not just recently with the Poland and Belarus border, but the last few years. We have seen the Mediterranean has been really full of stories. Lampedusa, Greece, Spain, the Canary Islands. We heard earlier from Juan Fernando in the morning. It's just, it's not a problem that will go away, and it's also perhaps not supposed to be viewed solely through the lens of problem, because we also need immigration, as one of our speakers said yesterday. What do you think?
It's spot on. Like, migration, for me personally and for progressive leaders, I know it's not a problem, it's an opportunity. We have educated people. Yes, they're fleeing war, they're fleeing famine, they're fleeing horrible circumstances in their countries, but they're educated people who can make a difference in Europe. God knows we need to make a difference in Europe.
We do, and I believe that we have connection with Tim Dixon. Not yet. Okay. We're first going to see a video, and then we will establish connection with Tim, who is the moderator of our next panel.
82.4 million people worldwide are forcibly displaced, a devastating tally and the highest on record. Data from UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency, shows that the numbers have doubled over the last decade. Beyond the numbers lies a human tragedy. Despite a global pandemic, people continued to flee persecution, human rights abuses, and deadly conflicts. 26 million people have crossed borders to find safety. 48 million are displaced within their own countries. Several crises have persisted for years. Some are new, others are emerging.
والله أنا زي ده ما عرفت عنه لكن بالشفاعة عملوا كان في ماتوا شديد ماتوا والله أي ماتوا قالوا بعد ده قالوا يلا طلعوا مش أي محل كله طلع أي والله.
Tens of thousands have fled from Ethiopia's Tigray region to Sudan since November last year. Millions more are internally displaced and in urgent need of assistance. Nadia, at 17 years old, has been a refugee all her life. Her father fled Afghanistan 40 years ago. In Pakistan, he works 12 hours a day selling rice so Nadia can go to medical school.
He's my life. It's too much important to me. He's too much old, but still he's hard work. He's dreaming that you should be a doctor.
More than 2/3 of all refugees come from just 5 countries: Syria, Venezuela, Afghanistan, South Sudan, and Myanmar. Among the most vulnerable of those forced to flee are children. 42% of the displaced are below the age of 18. A staggering 1 million have been born into a life of exile in less than 3 years. The failure to end conflict is robbing generations of their hope for the future. Syria's crisis stretched into its 10th year, while Afghanistan, Somalia, and Yemen are still hotspots. In the Sahel, a complex regional crisis forced millions to flee one conflict, only to find themselves caught up in another. People are facing multiple threats and struggle to survive extreme weather and changing climate. In drought-hit areas, armed groups exploit tensions over scarce resources. Sayore abandoned his crops to save his family.
Zabrahman terrori ramba attack ramba wanki tondo village pon kuneba sabab kan kitti tondo déplacement waka.
2020 was an unprecedented year. The COVID-19 pandemic tested the world like never before. Even as infections start to slow in some countries, the threat of food insecurity and lost livelihoods brings new challenges. 86% of the world's refugees are hosted in low and middle-income countries. But there is a way forward. We must strengthen support for displaced people and the communities that host them. As the work of recovery begins, no one can be left.
That was a video from the UN Refugee Agency with staggering numbers, 26 people having crossed borders to flee, having 48 million people displaced across the world because of food insecurity, because of extreme weather, because they're fleeing war. And to talk a little bit on something that is perhaps more relevant in our global world than we might think is that right now Europe has been virtually safe generally from such extreme conditions. But this summer, with the flooding we saw in the lowlands and the start of the loss of life there, we have gotten a bit of a glimpse, I would say, of what the future in 30 years could look like if the effects of climate change are not mitigated. So when we look at the migration crisis throughout the world, it might also be a good thing for richer, more prosperous countries who have the tendency to say no to migration, to look at also how that might one day be us, because no one chooses to leave their homes. No one chooses to leave. Do you agree, Dana?
Completely, and this is one of my concerns as well, that you're optimistic in 30 years. I actually believe it might be even sooner than that.
Even sooner than that, that Europe becomes...
that we become the refugees. And then who's going to receive us? I mean, we're probably going to... And that we should be treated with in the same manner that we treat refugees. So we better make an example out of it so people know what to do in the future. We are writing the handbook on how to manage refugee resettlement. And on that note,
we have established connection with Tim, and we have the next panel on migration, on what we should be doing on migration now. Tim, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Hello, Tim, and welcome to the Global Progressive Forum. You are a former advisor to Prime Minister Julia Gillard and Kevin Rudd of Australia, and now you work with organizations focusing on migration and refugees. What do you expect from the panel?
We're going to hear some powerful stories of people who've recently made the journey to Europe and made Europe their homes. One who has a background from Syria, one from the DRC, and one from Afghanistan, and quite distinctive stories. But I think powerful stories that aren't so much focused on the journey, but on the arrival. And the question for us, for the panel, is about our dreams, and what's the dream that somebody with a refugee background brings when they arrive in Europe, and what are their dreams for the future?
That sounds great. We've already seen a video by the UNHCR on the current situation. So without further ado, let's talk about the dreams of these people and take it away.
Thank you very much. Well, we're going to hear from three people. We've got two online with us and one in the studio. So I'll say a few words about each of them. But what we'd like to focus on is, because migration is such a challenging issue, politically, a challenging issue for individual countries, often we approach it as a problem and as a crisis. But in thinking about the larger picture, the longer term picture, which is the purpose of this conference and this panel, we're asking the question about what, at a more human level, what are the dreams that someone comes with when they arrive on European soil. So we're going to start, if we have the link successfully, with Rania Ali. Do we have Rania?
Yes, Tim. Hello.
Yes.
Not sure why the camera isn't working, but I am here.
Well, why don't we?
Mm.
We'll see if we can get the camera working for a moment. Why don't we start with SI, who's here in the studio with me. SI's got a fantastic and quite remarkable story and the story of the refugee story is always a story of being forced to leave your home and not making the choice out of what you want, but what you have to do. But he's more recently arrived here in Belgium. He had to lived in Matadi on the border of DRC and Angola, made a journey into to Brussels, came here with a background in commercial financial services. He has trained in website development and set up an organisation to help other people with refugee backgrounds to train website development, worked in logistics, and more recently has gone back to university for further study. And so he's extending his skills in many different directions and has a great entrepreneurial spirit. Plus, and this was the thing which made me feel particularly limited, not only speaking native language, speaking French, perfect Portuguese, English very well, and better than he thinks, and also now learning Dutch. So, SI, I wonder if you can tell us, what dreams did you have when you first set foot on European soil?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to be invited in these platforms in order to share my experience. I don't know if I can say that someone has dreams when he is fleeing his country. But in my particular case, the first dream I got while I was leaving the country is to get a safe place where I can live in, the safe place where I can be hosted in. And then after I got out of the danger, so I start thinking about dreams. For instance, just when I was hosted in Belgium, I followed all the procedures to get my papers. I was granted a statute of refugees for 5 years. So I decided, what can I do during the 5 years of protection? I can't stand and cross my hands doing nothing. So I went to see social actors in Liège and Namur. And then I found some who opened the doors to learn more, to be trained more. And then from that, I start thinking about real dreams, because I have my background in my country. So I had the dreams before I came. So the dreams that I had couldn't impact my going out from my country. So the very one I had was just to get a safe place where human rights are respected. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And how long ago was it that you arrived in Brussels? Oh, sorry, you arrived in Belgium.
In Belgium, I arrived in Belgium since December 2017. Just when I came, I flee my country from Matadi to Angola. I crossed the borders and all the forests, you know, if you go to localization to see the region, you can remark that there is many forests to cross before going to Luanda, which is Angola capital. So from there, you know, I can't say it, we are online, but I'm very sure to say because I feel free. I went to some fraudulent ways to get out, because when you see Angola and DRC, they are very close countries that if they are checking for you here, they can easily find you on the outside. So I didn't feel insecurity being in Angola, and that's why I tried to get contacts with the people who could make us get out from Angola.
And so you arrive in Belgium and you train in website development. What was the inspiration to then do an initiative to help others learn the same skills?
Yeah, when I see about the interviews and all the stuff that's happening around the world, specifically for digital hub and digital way, I thought about my country, where there is a lack of that use of digital. So I found a school in Liège with the Monde des Possibles, and from there I get into the organization because they organized the Serious Digital Hub, which is an European plan with the Belgium Digital Skill Funds. And then we got into, and inside the school, we created a little cooperative for all the refugees, all those people who are lacking papers and are in the situation of scarcity. So we get into touch to put together our knowledge and the training we had from the school to create that cooperative in order to impact some social projects in Liège. So there are many projects that we did. There is Casa Solidaria, there is Casa Migas, there is Thais Asbel, an association that leads with people who are toxicoman and so on. There are many projects we did inside the association. Yeah, it was it inspired me like that. We can do it here, but at the same time, go to be trained in order to implement the same project in the youth of my country. So that's the real goal. Yeah.
Terrific, thanks. Now, I wonder if we've got Rania with vision yet.
Yes, I'm here right now.
Fantastic. So Rania, you have a remarkable story of creating a viral video that tells the story of your passage as a refugee from Raqqa in Syria. And so you've got a social media presence from all of that. But I'm especially interested, and we had the conversation a few days ago about how when you are forced into that situation to be seen by the world as a refugee, in some ways that has its own frustrations because it's not, you don't want to be forever sort of seen in only one way. And you're doing some really interesting work now. You're getting towards the end of your undergraduate degree, and I know you're joining us from South Korea. Could you tell us a little bit more about the dreams that you had when you got to Austria? And you started, not out of your own choice, but out of very difficult circumstances, a new life in Europe?
Yeah, first of all, Tim, it's great talking to you again. And I think I think you're absolutely right that right now, it's not right now, it's been most of the time, it's more like a trend that refugees or people who escape war zones are and do have the status of a refugee are stripped down to something that is merely that's only a label that very dehumanizing, extremely victimized. So you kind of put in a box that that's the only thing that you're allowed to do, and that's the only thing that you're allowed to be for the rest of your life. And coming to Europe, as you mentioned, that coming to Europe, obviously there were dreams that I have brought with me. It wasn't that. It wasn't that something that is so different from any other person that's whether it's a European uh, or Asian or whatever. It's it But you get to a point that it's no longer a dream. You turn into thinking about responsibilities and what you can do and what you can give back. So for me right now, I'm trying to live a life where I have to, or I try my best to give back, whether it's Austria, the country that took me in, Syria, my home country. So as you've mentioned again, that I am finishing right now my undergraduate degree, and I am working on post-conflict development and post-conflict reconciliation and transitional justice, because we've got to a point in Syria, at least, as Syrian people, we have to make sure that we take responsibility over what's happening in our own country. And right now, with more and more countries trying to normalize a relationship with the leader of the Syrian regime, Bashar al-Assad, it is very important that, at least as educated Syrians, we take matters into our own hands, and we contribute to what's going to happen in our country in the future. And if I'm going to also give a more of a make believe wishful thinking answer, I would say that right now, as we're witnessing what's happening on the Polish and Belarus borders, and with Europe every day, many European countries adopting a policy of criminalizing humanitarian work, I would say my dream would be seeing more and more countries owning up to their words, I guess, because Europe takes so much pride in presenting itself as the continent of human rights and democracy, as it is. But then you see all the different practices and acts from governments or their representatives, where the choice isn't hard. You can't. It's not a difficult choice when you have to choose between letting people die or letting them survive. You have to always take the the first one. However, it's extremely heartbreaking that a lot of governments are taking the other option.
And I'd love to, in a few moments, pick up on some reflections on how we can do things better. But I wonder, Rania, if you could just tell us a little bit about how South Korea fits into this story.
South Korea fits, I must say, perfectly, because the reason why I came to this country is because I plan to do my thesis on development, post-conflict development and peace building mechanisms, and South Korea being one of the, at least in my opinion, fits the thesis perfectly, because they have managed to come a long way since the 80s, or since they've left the war. I believe it was in 61 or 60 when the war ended, but still it was an extremely poor country, and now they managed to become one of the strongest economies. All the while, they've sustained they've sustained peace on the peninsula with very difficult neighbors. So I guess in my very ambitious dream is that I would like to understand the mechanisms that South Korea have followed, and hopefully see if that fits in the case of Syria or maybe other countries. It's not an easy work, I must say. I've been meeting a lot of people here, South Koreans, citizens, who are seniors and youth, to try to kind of understand what do they think of South Korea coming to the forefront right now and becoming one of the most developed, one of the most developed countries in a very short period of time. So as it is, as I still think it's a fascinating case. I think there's a lot to learn from it, and a lot to learn from their process, and a lot to learn from how they managed, most importantly, to reconcile with the past, and how justice has worked for them. I've been getting a lot of conflicting opinions and answers, but it's still, I think there's something to take from this country.
Yeah, and it's I think that the lens of conflict and how societies move beyond conflict is a very helpful one to even understand what's happening in Western societies. It's not just to look at the extreme examples of a Syria or a Yemen. In my work with More in Common, it's one of the lessons for us has been in understanding the rise of populism and the increasing us versus them hatred within societies. You can look at that through an economic lens, you can look at it through a cultural lens, you can look at the role of social media. There's lots of different factors that are driving division in different societies. But I found that the lens that's actually most helpful in bringing those together is actually conflict and understanding that we are living in societies that are being made by these forces to look more like conflict societies. And I've had interesting conversations with Americans who spent a lifetime working in conflict zones, who've come back to the United States in particular and suddenly found that that skill set they developed that they thought would be irrelevant is actually very relevant for the context they're now in. So maybe what you're learning is not just about where for countries like Syria, but maybe has benefits for on your new home soil.
Yes, absolutely. I think the whole looking at conflict, looking at societies from the lens of conflict. It's really fascinating to see that it's not bound to actual, let's say, war zones. You can see. You can see how societies more and more are walking towards. It's not just America within the European Union. Countries are not totally at complete harmony together. So the case of South Korea, I guess, since we're talking about it, could be applied not to just actual war zones, but countries that are relatively being considered peaceful and safe.
Too, don't we? Well, let me now take the opportunity to switch. We'll come back to Rania in a few moments, but we're going to speak now to Syed, who is from Afghanistan originally. He's now based in Leipzig. Also somebody who became a bit of a social media star because having been more recently in Afghanistan the Minister for Telecommunications and IT, Syed came to Germany and took up, as he was learning German to transition to bring his telecommunications skills into German industry, he took up a different job. Syed, can you tell us a little bit about how you became famous, unintentionally? I wonder if do we have a problem getting Syed online?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Tim, for and the organization for inviting me for this important platform. Yes, when I left Afghanistan for Germany, my hope was and my dream were to have a job again in career back in telecom and IT. However, because in here I didn't know the German language, so I couldn't get a job relevant to my field. So I temporarily then decided to work as a food delivery career on a bicycle with one of the company called Lefrando. And it was also a good experience. Still, I was exploring around the Leipzig area, seeing people, talking to the people. and recently I've got now again back a job in a telecom in IT. However, I have already experience of almost like 23 years experience in 2 master degree from England and mobile and wireless communication, and I work around 15 countries and around 20 telecom networks. It will not be difficult back again to move up in my telecom career here very soon, but initially when you move to somewhere, you migrate, of course there is always problem. The batteries. When the batteries are running out. Sorry. So now there is a. Yes, better now. Sorry, we had a little problem with the batteries. But alongside my career, I have a dreams about to tell to the Western media that in the countries like Afghanistan, Syria, Congo, and another third world countries, there will be waves of refugees and migrants coming to Europe, and they have then a moral obligation on you to accept them and give them refugee status and support them. Because the instability of those countries, that is mostly done by the superpowers, and the superpowers can stabilize them back again through economical and political and diplomatic channels. So I think it is a best way that to make the third world countries stable. Other thing my dream was to see the Afghanistan stable and the world out of terrorism and narcotic business. And we all want to see the world safer. I can share you my own stories. Like I'm a 50-year-old man, and my 40 years has been in the war. I've seen 2 major wars with the time of the Russian, and war later the American and the 40 nations when they went to Afghanistan. I have lost my father there in the war. I lost my uncle. I lost my 2 brothers were injured. My mother lost 2 children just after the birth because there was no medication. And my 1 brother was kidnapped, and we didn't see him up to now. So this is basically a story, just one example, and most Afghans has got the similar stories. And I'm sure all the countries which have got the conflict has got this type of stories, and they are leaving the countries because of the conflict. People, they don't leave their country because of their choice, but because they are forced by the war to leave their country. And those conflicts are very horrible, and of course they have to move in. The refugees, they need support, and they should be supported. This is a human obligation that in the West, in Europe, or any other part which they go for refuge, they should be supported and being given at least paperwork. In Germany, for example, in here, when refugees comes, they've been put in isolated places. In those isolated places make them, for example, they cannot integrate into the society. And the later integration, it means that they fail, that they stay jobless, they have no paperwork. So for this reason, I think that Europe has to change their way towards the refugees.
Come on just in a moment to that the policy issue, but I'm struck by what you've said in your story, because SI and Rania also have the same story in the sense of both wanting to build a new life in their new home countries, but also thinking, how can I contribute to the problems that caused me to have to leave my country. So you're thinking in both ways. In fact, you've in a sense already done that in going back to Afghanistan, serving in government as Minister for Telecommunications. How do you now find yourself working in Leipzig, fixing mobile phone black spots for in Germany?
Yeah, when I came to Germany, I noticed that When I came to Germany, I noticed that in many places here, they have spots that you cannot have internet and wireless signals. And then I talked to one of the telecom company, and they decided to cover those areas, and they also hired me for to work and fix the mobile network in Germany, especially the areas which they have no signals. And in Germany, there is a lot of work for telecoms, and that can be fixed. And the only thing for me was basically the language problem, which I am taking the language classes. The firm I'm working, there are mostly the people are working in German and also English language. And they told me that I will be okay because of the experience. I will be okay with the English language, so they can hire me so that we can move on and they can get projects for those areas to cover. Of course, in Germany, we will start from Leipzig because I'm living in Leipzig, and then we will move to other part of Germany to cover the black spots with the signals.
Thanks, Said. So while we're talking about dreams, and we're just to sort of finish off that part of our conversation, SI, dreams for your future. What are your dreams that relate to DRC? What are your dreams that relate to your life in Belgium?
Thank you. First of all, in Europe or in Belgium, if you can say so, the dreams are to finish my master in public management. As I studied in international cooperation, finished that master, and then try to find a work, because I know that the labor market in Europe is very strict and in terms of eligibility and competencies. So they are not the same with Africa or in my own country where I come from. So I want to grow again a little bit, and then try to find a job here if I can. If not, I'm just writing some project to implement in the country, for instance, in agriculture. Before I go out the country, I started a program with friends in a small NGO we have there. So we started with agriculture with the local people, some hectares, making the culture of cassava bread and potatoes and so on. So, but I couldn't achieve because the project was going well. And after I go out, all my friends were scattered, and then nobody could take care of the project. So it's on standby. So if I found a job here, thank God, thank God, I work. But if not, why not implement a project in Asia, in South America, in Africa, and other places where people are in starvations and are in lack of water, electricity, and so on. So we have many, many ideas while we are being trained in the concept of Europe, because Europe is very structured. And Belgium, of course, because I have had the opportunities to see some rich peoples that are in the government and social actors around Belgium. So we are making copy, if not do as they do, but why not copy and paste? You know? The mechanism that all our government in South don't do. They study here, they study around the world in big universities, but the simple operation to copy and paste the concept, they don't do it. That's why we are here today, and many other friends I follow with very attention when Rainer was speaking. Nobody liked to leave his country, because Mr. Tim, the country owns us, our land owns us. We don't own the country. So when we have a citizenship in a given country, that country owns us. So leaving the country without doing nothing, it's like a failed life. So we have dreams to implement here, if we have support, of course, and implement in the country. Yeah.
And there is something about how migration accelerates, I mean, it makes the society more agile and more responsive to change because you bring in those connections and experiences from other countries and other contexts that are very special. I'd like to, Rania, just hear from you as well about your dreams for your future and maybe as well touching on your dreams for how you can contribute to Syria's future.
I must say, whenever it comes to the question of my dreams, I don't know how to answer that because I don't necessarily consider finishing my degree or working for working towards the benefit of a country that is dear to my heart isn't necessarily a dream. It's just a responsibility. I would say though to finish my education and to as I mentioned before, I am extremely ambitious. That's something that not a lot of people can see it in a positive light. But I suppose finishing, working more in research and then putting it into practice, whatever I'm going to learn, would be something that I am aiming towards. Again, I wouldn't call it a dream. When it comes to Syria, I think, as I mentioned before, transitional justice is very important, and reconciling with what happened before. Of course, it's extremely important. But first things first, the priority for me as a Syrian and for us collectively, I would say, is to accountability. Accountability is very important because accountability is the number one step that any conflict zone has to start in order to manage to get to the next step to peace, towards peace building. So not forgetting what happened, making sure that whoever was responsible for the crimes are being brought to justice in a civil and in a democratic way. Then I think education, I think when it comes to, I guess I could call this a dream, is to, because there's a lost generation. My brother is one of them. My brother is 8 years old. He has seen from his life is war. There are millions and millions of Syrians who have again seen nothing but war, and education has been, I mean, taking classes at a at a refugee camp, I wouldn't consider this an education. Being able to read and write isn't actually an education. So that's another thing that I would say that I'm aiming towards is to kind of work in that field to see how we can put that in practice, what kind of a way that we can follow in order for that lost generation to catch up with maybe a little bit late, but at least to catch up to something when it comes to getting one part of their rights. You know, the SDGs focus a lot on equal rights for children, education, and all that. So get a little part of what has been taken away from them. I guess that's how I would say it's more like goals and aims than dreams. Dreams would be seeing a living in a world and brace yourself for loads of cliches in a world where embracing what is different isn't a big deal. Understanding that whatever is happening with that person could happen with me is also not a big deal. I think right before the panel, the presenters were talking about how in theory, climate change is real, and migration that's going to come as a result of climate change is also real. So this could happen to Europeans. This could happen to an Austrian, to a German, to an American, to, I don't know, to a South Korean, to a Chinese, to any person. So understanding that these are human beings and we cannot leave them to their death is very important. So living in a world like that, I hope isn't too much of a big of a dream. I guess also, and I've mentioned before, the criminalization of volunteers it's honestly laughable because I never imagined to live in a world where it is a crime to help someone else not die. Uh, so yeah, I don't know if that sums up to to considering it a dream.
Thanks, Rania. Yeah, why don't we at this moment just have a response from the Commissioner for Home Affairs, Ylva Johansson, who's here and has been listening to those reflections. I thought it was useful for our panel just not to be focused on the kind of the policy dimensions and the refugee stories, but more give that sense of the texture of life as when you arrive, the reflections you have, how you build a life in Europe. What are your reflections just listening to these three very different but powerful stories?
I think it was three very heartwarming stories, and I think they show what I used to say when I talk about integration. The biggest mistake we do in the European Union when it comes to integration is to underestimate the energy, the capacity, the ambitions, the skills, the knowledge, the dreams that migrants have. And I think we too often put people in. Somebody mentioned here to be put in a camp or outside, or be put into a specific role. That will makes you much smaller than you are. Of course, there are challenges to meet, and of course, there are some things where you need some specific help or some specific support. But I think too often we underestimate how much energy and skills and capacity people are bringing to our member states, to our continent, and that we really need.
Mm. Do you think there's been a loss of that sense of the values that we, in the post-war era, that we had across Europe, in that era of obviously huge numbers of people had moved across borders as refugees? Do you think we've lost something of what that European commitment to be a place of welcome for people who had to flee danger and persecution and violence?
Well, no, I don't think we have lost, but to be very honest with you, I think that we have seen the extreme right-wing narrative of presenting migration, especially migrants, as a threat towards Europe. They had actually gained a lot of ground. And we can see high political leaders, head of states, and really using a language that dehumanize people, yeah, and trying to threatening their own people with, like migration is a threat. Migration is normal. Migration has always been there. Migration will always be. This part of being human is that some of us migrate. Some are forced to flee. And we hear three people saying that nobody would like to flee their country. But we also have people, of course, that just would like to migrate. That's how humanity has developed, would like to, especially young people, would like to take another step, would like to have new experience, would like to try something else, would like to try to build a better future. And this is something that we need to manage and that we can manage, but it's nothing to be afraid of. And I think that, so I don't want to put like the whole Europe or all the political leaders or all the citizens have the same narrative, because that's not true. But it's true, in my view, that we have lost, I'm a social democrat, we have lost ground towards the right-wing extremists, and they have been able to influence quite broadly in the political debate, and also been able to, for ordinary citizens that are welcoming to a neighbor that comes from another country, who are welcoming to children in their own children's class that are coming from another country, are welcoming to a new colleague, but are still afraid of migration. like putting like it's not really being able to see in another person's eye that we are the same, we have the same dignity, and I think that is also for me as a social democrat and for the social democratic family, and also broader, of course, we are not the only ones, to actually fight about making migration because migration is normal, and we have to describe migration also as something normal. Sometimes, of course, we have challenges, but we can deal with that.
I'm struck by more in Commons work. We've done quite detailed national studies: France, Germany, Italy, Greece, Netherlands, United States, all on attitudes around migration. One of the big lessons from that is that the debate often gets polarized in this way that's kind of quite unhelpful, because the people who are very strong advocates for almost like an open borders position have a voice. The people who are totally closed borders get a voice. They actually represent quite a small proportion of the population. And I'm struck, and we're always finding this, that there are, just because people have some anxiety about immigration doesn't make them anti-immigration. And the challenge at the political level is building that story that doesn't ignore, that does speak to some of those concerns, but also is true, reflects our values, our commitment to asylum, our commitment to giving refuge to people who are fleeing violence, persecution. I'm just interested in your reflection on how we build that story that provides the reassurance around orderly, safe passage of migration, which is a lot of where people's anxieties come from, and combine that with the message of our values and who we are as humanitarians. Is that the essence of the challenge in winning the public debate?
Well, I think it's part of it because we're doing both, and we can do both because we need to invest in more legal pathways, both for refugees. I mean, recently the European Union's member states have given refuge to more than around 20,000 Afghans in need of international protection, and they are stepping up on resettlement. So we are doing that, and also legal pathways to all of those that would like to come to work in European Union. We are an aging society. We really need people to come. We need migration. So, of course, to deal with that. But I think also in the debate, and of course that's part of my responsibility as the responsible commissioner, I think it's really necessary to find a compromise to be able to have a common European migration and asylum policy. It's not going to be perfect. Everybody's going to criticize something. But I think showing that we can deal with migration as we do with all other issues. I would like, actually, my aim is that migration should be as boring as any other normal European issue. I mean, being a migrant, being a refugee could be, of course, very dramatic, and actually people are actually losing their lives. But to be able to deal with the policy, we should stay sober and do the ordinary compromises, and as we do in all other areas on the European Union.
I wonder if we've just got enough time to very quickly ask our three panelists question. If you could change one thing about your migration experience, what would that be? Syed, could you answer that for us? If you could change one thing.
Yes, but I'm disappointed. The second question I haven't been asked, which I wanted to express something, but quickly I would like to say something about the second question, that I would like to be the voice of Afghan people in Europe, and the voice of humanity and the voice of human right. And the one thing you're saying to change, if it's the only one thing to change, I think that would be the bureaucratic process of the paperwork for the refugees when they come here. It takes ages. And for example, I am also a dual citizen. I'm British citizen. When I try to get my residency pass, and here it took me 5 months. And second thing is to see the politics separated from the humanitarian aid. And also all humans to be treated equally, regardless of their race and religion. And also because after all we are all children of the one man, Adam's family, so all should be treated equally.
Well, I'll jump very quickly now to Essay. One thing you could change.
Yeah, one thing that could change migration is, I think, first of all, is to set policies that can make, in the context of Africa, for instance, African countries to be in peace and security. Policies that can make people stay and develop local projects. because if there are no security, there are no peace, migration will continue, like a commissioner said it, right? That it started, it's going on and will go forever. But to change migration, because those flows of people coming, there are impact, there are consequences. And so it's a very huge cost for Europe, for instance, to host those people, give them the right they deserve to, and so on. So if we want to change migration in the context of Africa, is the government, European Union, International Commission, and all these actors that are involved in security. For instance, in the east of Congo, we have MONUSCO, which is there 20 years ago, but the insecurity continued till today. So if we set up a mechanism that bring peace and security, it can change the...
Deal with the root causes, yeah. Rania, if you could change one thing, you were just mentioning the issue of the criminalization of volunteers who help refugees.
Yes, definitely. I think I would change a lot of things, but if I'm going to focus on one thing, which is as someone who took ownership over how my story is going to be told, I would have wished for more and more people to be allowed to do the same, because a lot of times the language that is being used is it's either criminalizes the refugees or victimizes them and dehumanizes them. So that kind of builds up on the idea that I think if more and more people were allowed to show that migration is an asset to whatever country that is the recipient of the migration wave or whatever, a lot can change. And then going back to that Said mentioned perfectly, separating policies from humanitarian aid. I would like to just take real quickly the opportunity to mention the case of Sara Mardini and Sean and a few of their colleagues who are right now being persecuted by Greece because of the humanitarian aid that they provided for drowning refugees in the Mediterranean. I think it is quite ironic and I must say ridiculous that in the 21st century and on a European soil, helping human beings is being considered as a crime. And I think because we talked a little bit before when Tim, that it's very it's quite laughable the crimes that they are being accused of, human smuggling and terrorism and whatnot. These are people in their 20s and they are being bullied by a whole government for something that they did just because they thought it was right. And I think they're not the only ones who see it right. I think Europe in general, as a principle, does see what they did is the right thing to do. Save human beings at whatever cost. So separating policies from humanitarian aid would be a perfect thing to start with.
Thank you. That's fantastic. Last thing I just want to mention before we close out and pass back to Kelly is that Said was asked by some others in the Afghan community to make some points just relating to the Taliban government and the freezing of assets. We have the link on the website, his Facebook page, and so he's got some information there. I just explained preparing for this that there's lots of things we'd love to talk about. We don't have time to, but thank you very much to the Commissioner for coming in. Thank you, Esai. Thank you, Rania. Thank you, Syed. And over back to you, Kelly.
Thank you very much, Tim, for an incredible panel. And finishing with the Greek case of persecution, given that I am Greek, it makes me think of Greek tragedy because studying mythology and archaeology, etc., there is precedent in the myth of Antigone, who was persecuted by King Creon for disobeying human laws for a higher cause, for what she believed was right. But coming back to the issue of migration, we heard three incredible stories. We also talked about the language that is used and how whoever controls the narrative controls the story, which is an important thing to bear in mind because we're talking about human beings at the end of the day. we underestimate the energy, capacity, and dreams that migrants have, said Commissioner Johansson. And of course, it's important also to invest in legal pathways, but not to underestimate integration and not to be afraid of migration. I'm joined by Dana. Dana, you just heard the panel as well. You were commenting also, you were live tweeting. Do you have anything that stood out for you?
Indeed, there's one story that's probably going to stick with me for a while, and not for the good reasons. It's Syed's story, the former telecommunication minister in Afghanistan, who said that he's 50 years old and 40 years he's lived in a war. This is unbelievable. I try to put myself in his shoes, but I'm not able to. I hope I never will need to. But this needs to stop. And coming back just for a quick second to our poll, we've got some extra votes, and apparently stopping wars is now number 3 on our progressive dream for the next 10, 15 years. Don't know if it's the result of this panel, but I'm glad to see this up there.
It's great that so many people are engaging. Thank you for keep engaging, keep commenting on social media. We are checking your comments. Dana and her colleagues are checking the comments. You can also, the poll will be open all day tomorrow as well, so please keep engaging. And speaking of engaging online, our next session is on digitalization and democracy, a very topical subject, of course, because whistleblower for Facebook, Frances Haugen, was in the parliament last week to talk about the risks that social media can pose when it comes to misinformation, when it comes to hate speech, when it comes to exacerbating violence on and offline, whether it's ethnic violence in Ethiopia or whether it's the Capitol riot or many other places around the world. There are also worrying statistics about how long teens are spending online. One study said that 24% of teenagers are almost constantly connected. 56 are at least connected several times a day, meaning that at least 80% of our youth are currently almost reliant on social media. Dana, how long do you spend on social media?
Well, I think we were looking at the same poll because out of curiosity, I've just checked before going live, checked the option on my phone to see how many times I've opened it, unlocked it today, 74.
74 times.
It's 4 o'clock almost. I've unlocked my phone 74 times for emails, WhatsApp messages.
I get on Facebook, there's a push notification that you can enable that tells you how long you've spent, when you've spent X amount of time. And the truth is that in the beginning, it actually shocked me a little bit, but now I just dismiss it. It's so easy to do. Do you believe that COVID made our reliance on social media worse, better? Was there a change?
I am no specialist, but I can tell you from my personal story, this pandemic has made me dependent on social media. I mean, not only for work, because I work in this area, but to keep contact with my family and and friends.
Of course, there are also benefits to social media. There's not just risks, but more and more in the news, we're talking about privacy, data laws, and whether companies or governments having your data is something we should be worried about. Are you worried about governments having your data or companies, or a little bit of both?
More worried about my mom having my data, but no. I guess governments having access to people's data is a bit. I mean, companies, don't get me wrong, is
scary,
as bad.
Yeah. But you find government scarier. Yeah. Well, we asked this question and many more about how people feel about the ever-growing use of digitalization. Let's launch the video and see what they had to say.
Probably at least half an hour to an hour.
Around 2 hours a day.
I think 3 hours.
Quite a lot of time.
Almost a full day.
I'm either using it all day or I let it go for a couple of months.
If it's a working day, then a bit less. But if it's not, then probably 5 hours, yeah.
I would say an average of 2 hours a day.
Not really. I mean, as long as you're not using it for bad things.
Yeah, we give them so much data.
Yeah.
Yes, it does worry me.
No one cares what I'm doing, so.
Yeah, I find myself sometimes jumping on the incognito search pages, and that's not for funny searches.
they say it's deleted, but we don't know exactly if it's deleted or not.
I do care about it, but I don't feel like I think about it.
They have so much data on us that they can predict a lot more than you think.
Maybe I'm too trusting, and I think they'll use it for good things rather than bad.
Yes, I'm very worried about that.
Governments concern me a great deal more than corporations.
But it's also other countries that can spy on us.
I think I'm more scared of the fact that there are big companies out there gathering data on me.
I think both.
Maybe more commercial, yeah, maybe.
One thing I found very creepy is when you like look something up and then you get ads for it all of a sudden. That scares me.
So lots of worried people about data gathering in general, whether it's the government gathering your data or private companies. I have to say that I identify with the lady who said that when you look something up and then you get an ad for it immediately. Sometimes I don't even look something up. I'm talking about something and I see an ad pop up on my social media for that very same thing, and that does worry me personally.
It scares my mother too. She doesn't understand how social media works, but she understands targeting.
For those of you who are watching online, you can also comment and answer these questions, whether it worries you that governments or companies have access to your data online, how you feel about being connected online the whole time, because there is so much data collection happening through all these companies, whether it's WhatsApp, Facebook, and what they do with the data. We've seen the darker side, of course, with Facebook and Cambridge Analytica, results of elections, manipulation online, but at the same time, we shouldn't go to the other extreme, which is to worry about being online the whole time. It's about regulation as well. The next panel will have speakers addressing exactly this issue. How do we take the good of digitalization and still preserve democracy? I believe we have Beatriz on the line again. Beatriz, can you hear me? Good afternoon, lovely to see you back. Yesterday you had a very interesting panel on sustainable growth, and today, no less interesting, we're going to talk about digitalization and democracy. What are you expecting from this panel?
We have an amazing lineup of speakers, and especially we have a strong representation of the civil society that has played an incredible role in trying to raise awareness about the many challenges that digitalization is confronting us with, but also the opportunities for regulation, the many ways in which we can actually tackle these issues. We're going to be talking about the many opportunities for participation that citizens have thanks to digitalization, but also the risks and the threats that come with them. We're going to be talking about how private companies are extremely powerful because of those data that they are collecting that you were talking about. And we're going to be talking specifically about the case of China and how the government is actually using those data to control the population. We have a very, very interesting panel ahead, and I am very much looking forward to talk to them already.
Reminds me of a Black Mirror episode. Beatriz, please take it away, and we look forward to hearing more from you and your panelists.
Thank you so much. Indeed, for those of you who just joined the Global Progressive Forum, we're here to talk about digitalization and democracy. We're going to be talking about the many challenges, but also the opportunities for EU action on this matter. You might be aware that the European Commission presented a Digital Service Act, which actually tackle some of the issues that we're going to be discussing with our panelists today. And I would like to start the conversation right away. So let me introduce to the speakers that we have with us today. First of all, we have Raphael Glucksmann, who is a member of the European Parliament, and he's the chair of the Special Committee on Foreign Interference in all democratic processes in the European Union, including disinformation, which is also one of the topics that we're going to be discussing today. Then we also are going to be joined by Tristan Harris. He is the co-founder and president of the Center for Human Technology in the US. Have as well Max Stremd, who is a privacy activist and a lawyer in Austria. He knows very well about these issues that we have been discussing. And last but definitely not least, we have joining us Maya Wan, who is a senior researcher for Human Rights Watch in China. And for security reasons, she's only going to be sharing her voice, not her video, just for you to understand how incredibly complicated the situation in China is. Now, I want to start digging straight away in addressing all these issues. And I wanted to come to Raphael straight away, because I was wondering with this conversation that we have ongoing about the need for have more participation of citizens. What do you think at the risk that comes with that digitalization of the democratic process?
And I must say I'm very happy that... Is it working? Yes, great. Thank you for giving me the floor, and I'm very happy that we have this debate together, and especially with the panelists that are sharing the floor with me. I think it will be a very interesting discussion. I want to thank the GPF for inviting us. Well, actually, it depends on us to respond to your question, because more active participation and social platforms can be a really very interesting tool to reinforce and regenerate our democracies. But at the moment, as we speak, the problem is that there is no regulation and there is no control of what they are doing with this participation, and there is no knowledge of their algorithm, and there is no way for our democratically elected people, I mean the legislators, the representative of the people, to actually control this debate and to make sure that there are fair rules of the debate. And what we have seen is that these social platforms, and based on their business model, are actually polarizing our societies and becoming tools of foreign interference in our public debate. And what I must say is that I'm chairing the Committee on Foreign Interference, and for the past year, we have actually witnessed and diagnosed the limits of the existing tools for the public sphere to actually be heard and control what big social platforms are doing. And so it depends on us, legislators, to make it a safe space and to make sure that no one on this earth is too big to be regulated. And that's a huge litmus test for us. So I will say that what becomes the civic participation and the social networks depends on the capacity of public officials to actually understand this new world and make it safer.
Thank you so much, Raphael. I definitely would like to talk a little bit more about the many ways in which the EU is trying to actually regulate this matter. But I wanted to turn to Tristan because you mentioned foreign interference. And I know that this has been a very disruptive factor in democracy in the US. I was wondering if I could have a reaction from you about how do you see these risk versus opportunities in terms of digitalization for democracy?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay, sorry, it's a little bit blurry. I'm trying to figure out with my camera. There we go. It's still blurry for some reason. All right. I don't know why that's doing that. Let me see if I can switch my video for one quick second. I apologize.
That is okay.
I just want to make sure that it's not so blurry. Yeah, well, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be with you. I will take the dark side of this panel discussion. I think it's very clear from Frances Haugen's work, and if you've seen our work with the film The Social Dilemma, the Netflix documentary, we're not just talking about technology in a neutral way. Like there's some goods, there's some bads. I'm perfectly willing to speak to the many amazing goods that we can have from our, from Facebook connecting people with their high school roommates, from or high school sweethearts, or people with rare diseases. There's so many benefits that we can love and appreciate about social media. The question is, with a business model that is about harvesting attention with an AI pointed at your brain to figure out what lights up your nervous system to get a response from you. And the AI doesn't know what's true, it doesn't know what's good for you, it just knows this lights up your nervous system and it works, and if it does, we put that in front of you. With that business model at the center, I would say that the harms side of the balance sheet not just tilts it the other way, but actually breaks democracy. And I'll tell you specifically how, which is in Frances Haugen's releases with the Facebook files. What she showed is that the business model that relies on sorting for engagement, what gets the most attention from people, will always reward things that are more divisive. Specifically in 2018, when Facebook changed their algorithm, their ranking for what shows up for people, they were able to affect the behavior of political parties Specifically, I think it was in Poland and in Spain, Taiwan, and India, political parties said, Facebook, we know you changed your algorithm. These are political parties. And Facebook says, oh, everybody has a conspiracy theory about how we change our algorithm. What's yours? No, they said, no, we know you changed it because we used to be able to publish a white paper on our agriculture policy on how we're going to solve climate change. And then people would click on our stuff, comment on it, and we would get elected, like a good, progressive, open society. Except now what happens is when we publish that white paper, we don't get any attention. And we tested it, and the only thing that actually gets us attention is when we say negative things about the other political parties. If you change the brain implant of a democracy, if you put a brain implant into society, and the only thing that people can say that gets attention, and if I don't do it, the other guy will, is when I say divisive things about the other political party, you profit from basically throwing a wrench into the gears of democracy, because a more polarized and extreme base represents a more extreme and polarized representative class whose basically their selling proposition as a candidate is, I will disagree more with the other side so you like me more. That is the equivalent of breaking democracies for breakfast. And that is currently what we are living underneath. And I would say it's actually incompatible with democracy, full stop. And I'll give you one last example, which is that when Frances Haugen testified for 3 hours in front of the US Congress about 3 weeks ago, I was actually in Washington, D.C. at the same time, there is a senator who, for a brief moment, agreed with the bipartisan consensus that we have to do something. And there was a unique moment where the democracy was going to work. We're going to regulate social media because she had created a shared understanding. Do you know what then happened? A story went viral saying that she was a Democratic operative and that she was funded by a billionaire and that she was a fake whistleblower and that this is all a setup to set up the government for more government control and of free speech. And that story went viral to the political base of this senator. So that senator was supposed to meet with her the next day, and he had to deny the meeting. He canceled the meeting because he says, I can't meet with you because my base thinks that you're a political operative. So there we have it. We have bipartisan consensus. We can regulate social media, but because an incendiary, inflammatory story, a conspiracy theory, goes viral, it breaks the gears of democracy, ironically, about the very thing that we need to regulate.
You have here to Raphael talking about the need for regulation. You're mentioning it right now. How do you see the situation in Europe from your perspective from the US and the attempts that we have seen on the side of the European Commission to try to make accountable those social corporations that actually control not only so much data, but as you said, that the algorithms completely shape the way the information is perceived by society when they are present in these social media? Do you think that is the adequate response? What would you recommend considering your own experience in the US?
Oh, sorry, was that to me? I thought you were asking someone else.
Yes, follow-up question, yeah.
I thought you were talking to someone else. So you were saying again, I'm sorry, could you just repeat the question one more time?
Yes, I was wondering, because you hear Raphael saying that definitely there is a need for regulation. You're talking now about the many challenges that you were confronted with when you tried to do so. I don't know if you are aware that here in Europe, the European Commission presented a proposal to try to make accountable the so-called gatekeepers. In this case, we're talking about Facebook, of course, but also other social media platforms where people are present and the way they receive information is actually shaped by these algorithms you were mentioning before. So are you aware of this legislation, and do you think that it's actually the way forward? It could be something that if it's implemented in Europe, it could also be applied in other countries as well.
Well, I'm not aware of the more recent changes in the EU legislation that I know that Frances was there testifying just recently, and we have yet to actually sync up since that happened. I think that it's very important that Europe is probably leading the way here because of the very phenomenon I mentioned. The US is probably not going to have a consensus in the short term if the business model continues to operate in this way. I will say that I think that there's a mistake in the legislation, which is to focus just narrowly on illegal content. The issue isn't that we have a good system that has a couple pieces of bad apples in the system. If we got rid of the bad apples, then we'd have a good system for democracy. This is not true. A business model that is pointing an AI at your brain that says, what's the next fault line in society to show your nervous system and to put that at the center of attention for every society, that's the real problem. And I have yet to see legislation that focuses specifically on that we cannot have a business model that's incentivized by showing people whatever gets the most attention. That's what harms teenage girls. That's what creates political polarization. That's what creates the opportunity for Russian and other sort of interference, is that kind of amoral algorithm. So that's the problem, I would say. Obviously, I want to praise the EU for leading the way and actually trying to build a whole regulatory slate. But if it focuses just narrowly on illegal content, that is not going to be enough, and it's not the real problem here, that it's the business model.
Let me turn to Max now and have a reaction on this one, because I guess that you've been following a little more closely what's happening at the European level, whether you agreed with Tristan that indeed what we need is to completely break the business model of those organizations, or if there is something that we can do to actually tackle this kind of content that promotes disinformation.
Yeah, to be honest, again, we're usually doing data protection and data protection enforcement, so we're not the content people here. What I can tell you is I see two different things. So to what was said before, I think Europe may have a bit of a special role here because we're not basically that dominated by the Silicon Valley, and it's, so to say, not its home turf. So it may be a bit easier to regulate stuff here. Also, with all the problems we have in the European Union to decide stuff, it's amazing that it's still easier to decide things sometimes among 27 member states than within the U.S. Congress. So that usually brings some hope. I think for what was mentioned before with the algorithms, I think we also have to be a bit bolder sometimes, or creative. So we really have to really think about what the problems are, and I'm not the expert to talk on that. But I usually, oftentimes at panels, when I'm asked about it, is like, guys, we did, for example, regulate how many minutes of TV advertisement you can have per hour. There is an EU regulation on that. Why is there no regulation how much advertisement can be in a news feed? For example, in Austria, you have to, I think if you have a radio license, you have to give 5 minutes per hour of neutral information. Now, that's basically a rule that we could have for social media as well, and say there has to be 10% of a news feed has to be actual news content from actual news organizations. And there are certain elements that's like very simple things I'm putting forward here. But that is stuff that we regulated since the 60s, 70s, 80s, and we had no problem with it. But once it's digital, once it's a platform, everybody's kind of a bit nervous to say, okay, what is actually what we want? What is somehow tech neutral as well? And what is also, in a way, outcome-based approach of saying, okay, we actually may not want to get into the actual technicalities of how something is done, because such laws usually do not age too well. But if we, for example, say that there has to be, general requirements that you have enough people to moderate stuff, that would be baselines that we can probably easily put forward, and that I guess everybody can agree with as well. To give you a very simple example, what we usually say is what divides Austria and Germany is our common language. Most Germans oftentimes don't understand what Austrians post online because our use of the German language is a bit different. And so it's a bit interesting to see, relating to what we've had before, that there's, for example, no content moderation for smaller EU member states. How is Facebook, Twitter, whatever, ever going to moderate a debate about corona lies in local dialect of southern Austria? That's simply not going to happen unless there is a legal requirement for these things. And I think there is a lot of these opportunities to put stuff forward. What I know more about, and what I probably is what I can put forward in this panel more, is we are great so far in Europe in proposing these laws and passing these laws partly, but we're terrible at enforcing them. And for example, in the GDPR, which we work with, we see that every day. We're right now facing situations where the regulators are absolutely unwilling to enforce the law, where as a normal citizen, you file your complaints, you bring your cases up, where under EU law you have a right to, for example, access to your data or have stuff deleted and so on. And if you look, for example, the biggest or the most relevant regulator in Europe is the Irish Data Protection Commissioner. They have about 10,000 cases a year and make 6 or 7 decisions a year. So you have a 99.999% likeliness that your fundamental right to privacy is just going to trash. And if we would do that with, I don't know, your right to vote, we would have situations where 99.9% there is no voting booth, and that's more North Korea and not Europe. And I think that is a lot of these elements that we have to really think through, because these companies are going to use the weakest member state. They're going to use the one country where it's super hard to litigate. They're going to use all of these tricks. I'm usually famous for the Schrems 2 litigation. That litigation in Ireland cost about 10 million euros, just to give you an idea. No average European is going to be able to enforce these things. So I think we have to also think about these elements much more, which are oftentimes probably less politically interesting, but that's oftentimes the groundwork that in reality then doesn't get us shit done, because we haven't really thought about these elements enough in some of the legislation, at least that we work with.
Absolutely, and it's interesting that you point that out, because indeed it's not only about regulation, it's not only about coming forward with the legislation, it's also about being able to build the workforce, the ability to implement those decisions. And obviously in this sense we might actually be lagging behind, precisely because European legislation might work, but then when we look at the numbers in terms of staff that the European Union has, they're so low that then when it comes to the implementation, sometimes we have to rely on member states, and obviously the capabilities of the different countries are completely different, which has an impact as well in the way that we enforce this legislation. Before I turn to Manja, because I absolutely want to know more about the case in China, I would like to get back to Raphael to have a little bit of a reaction to what our previous speakers have said in terms of, first of all, as Max was saying, about in terms of the implementation of the legislation, but also as Tristan was saying, whether or not we're actually going far enough to make sure that we break this business model and we actually put an end to all those risks that society is facing because of the way these companies function.
Well, I totally share what has been said. I mean, first, we might be better than the Americans in terms of shaping legislation, but the big difference is that in the US, when you have passed legislation, usually it's actually implemented and enforced. While we are very, very good legislators, but then we never ask ourselves how we implement our legislation. And when you look at the budgets and the staff of people which are supposed to actually check that it's enforced and to make them enter reality, then you understand that we are actually not serious about our own legislation. And it's a disaster as a legislator, I can tell you, because then it kills the very idea of legislation, and it makes social platforms, but in general, big multinational laugh about European legislation. So on what Tristan said, I think you are right, but the problem we have is that right now we are not in shape, and I will be very honest with you, to actually attack the core business model. People are not ready for it. I don't see our commissioners doing it. And so what we can do, and we will still be leaders, is to limit the damage. And you have very concrete steps that we can take. For instance, we should, of course, limit the collection of personal data that facilitates political targeting, ban the use of micro-targeting for political advertising, regulate the use of fake accounts, bots, and actually make sure that it's done, and make sure that it's done in every language. And that will be one very important thing, is because basically when you speak English, I guess sometimes Facebook takes seriously what executive branch are telling, but when you are in Slovakia or when you are in Romania, I can assure you that Facebook doesn't give a damn about whatever we are telling them about these countries. And so I understand that we won't solve the issue, but the true problem is that we are not ready to solve it. So let us start with limiting the damage. And in general, I don't think that their algorithm is a threat to democracy per se. I will tell you, I think it's a threat to stability, to institutional stability, and to peaceful relationship in a society. And which means that, for instance, when you live in Tunisia under Ben Ali, Facebook algorithm in a way was helpful because it was reintroducing dissensus in a society that was closed, and so it allowed mobilization. So what I'm saying is that from our perspective, it's a disaster, and we need to regulate it and to attack the core business. But when you look, and I'm making the transition for you, I'm working for you, transition to authoritarian states. Truth is that authoritarian states are banning these social platforms because they know that it might introduce some democratic debate. So, what I'm saying is that we need to preserve our democracy, and for that we will need to attack the core business of Facebook. But per se, it's not designed to destroy democracy. It's just shaped to make profit and by polarizing societies. And so it's very dangerous for us, but it's not to put malign intention, anti-democratic intention in the head of the conceptors of the algorithm, because sometimes it was useful in authoritarian regimes.
Absolutely. I will bring back Tristan afterwards because I was seeing how strongly he was reacting to what you were saying, Rafael. But let me turn to Maya now, because I definitely want to listen to her about the case of China and the way that the states actually use these digital tools. Maya, you have extensively worked on what it's so-called techno-authoritarianism in China. And I was wondering if you could explain a little bit to us, how does it work in practice? What is the situation like in China? And how does the state use these digital tools to control the population?
Well, thank you for having me today. And I think Tristan said something about how you're bringing people to the dark side. I think I can go darker when it comes to the Chinese government. So basically, let me just describe what the Chinese government's vision for technology is. And then I think I can link a little bit to what's happening to democracies. First of all, I think, if you look at how the Chinese government is implement or using, so throughout the country, and not just in minority regions, which you must have heard of, in the region of Xinjiang where Muslims live, the Chinese government have put in place a mass surveillance network where everyone is required to have an ID number. And in order to access services like, taking a long distance bus or a train, or accessing getting a SIM card, you have to, use your ID number. That provides data points for the government to track you. And that real name registration requirement is kind of connected to the government's mass collection of biometrics, which is kind of the next layer in the mass surveillance system. Meaning that, you must have heard that how the government is collecting people's facial images, but also your IMEI number, the number of the phone, your identifying number of your phone. In some areas of China, the government is collecting iris scans, also mass collection of DNA. All that information is kind of input in the police databases, which are then kind of integrated into these big data platforms. Not all of this information is integrated, but some of them are. And these big data platforms, and this is where things really do go into the distinctly dystopian flavor, is that these big data platforms, in the case of Xinjiang, for example, are constantly 24/7 evaluating people's behavior and relationships and movements. And that means if you go into the gas station too many times in a day, you're flagged to the police. If you use too much electricity, you're flagged to the police. If you have donated to the mosque in the past, if you've used WhatsApp, if you have a connection in Turkey, in Afghanistan, if you call someone there, the police will come and interrogate you. And some of these people end up in political education camps where they are arbitrarily detained without trial because of these perceived irregularities in behavior. So this might sound very extreme, and I'm presenting to you an extreme example of what's happening, but it is happening, and it's not science fiction. It's happening right now. And I think it is important to know this is because it is not just happening. It's happening throughout China. The structure of this mass surveillance systems that I described to you is happening throughout the country of China. And then the companies that are providing some of that infrastructure is exporting some of a simplified system, similar to what I described, not all of it, to other countries. Some of these companies are selling these systems in the name of smart cities or safe cities or networks of facial recognition cameras. Some of these countries that are buying these systems are struggling democracies. Some of them are authoritarian. Some of them may be, pretty close democracies. But nonetheless, the aggregated impact of all these systems being, purchased with minimum transparency, with no rules whatsoever, with also some of these governments are also buying hacking software from other countries and governments, meaning that the democratic space around the world is shrinking. And that means Europe can think of itself or maybe to some extent the U.S., which is also struggling as well in terms of democratic control. It's going to be increasingly kind of like an island of democracy. And think about it, in 50 years' time, could we consider, can I think the European model kind of persist if everything around it is increasingly being eroded in terms of people's ability to exercise these rights, in which privacy is an important building block of it. So I think I will stop there.
Thank you so much, Maya, indeed, because I think you paint a picture that is absolutely terrifying. And I wanted to bring Max in because you've mentioned the incredibly impact that data mining might have when it's used with this platform that are used to control population. I was wondering whether, Max, you think that the way data is collected now in Europe could actually lead to this level of mass surveillance that we're seeing in China right now, considering that Maya was mentioning that Europe might be an island, but the truth is that we're confronted to undemocratic governments in Europe, in Poland, in Hungary. So this is definitely something that we cannot exclude happening in Europe anymore. So do you think that, considering the current situation in Europe, this could actually be feasible?
I think we're still far off, luckily, but not that far off sometimes. I mean, if you look, for example, at what we litigated in the Court of Justice on US mass surveillance, which is not absolutely different than what member states do, there is one big phenomenon, which is kind of this public-private partnership in surveillance, if you want to call it that way. It's super hard for the authorities to go into every cell phone of the world, but it's rather easy to go into Apple and Google and then be in every cell phone in the world. So there is usually, I don't see that big difference oftentimes between the state and the private actors, because many of these private actors, as we can see now with enforcing our laws against them, end up to be more powerful sometimes than a lot of our state actors. So I think this all becomes more of a theoretical differentiation. A lot of the patterns are similar, and a lot of the powers are similar. If you think that so far, for example, in Austria, we had a big fight who is really ruling the government TV station, radio station, because it was always the biggest source of information for any citizen and any voter. That is almost a sweet little fight if you compare it to who rules the Facebook algorithm. And so I think a lot of that is hard to differentiate, if you ask me, right there. And I think a lot of that will merge, and we see governments in Europe trying to get into these systems, partly for legitimate reasons, partly not so much. And all of that is an extremely hard thing to negotiate with each other. I'm oftentimes very happy that I'm limited to the GDPR privacy issues that oftentimes seem complex, but if you compare it to freedom of speech and so on, are oftentimes more straightforward.
Absolutely. I would like to get back to Tristan a little bit later about this private versus state control of data and how these two sometimes merge together. But I wanted to have a reaction of Raphael on this issue. And first of all, how do you see the situation in China as it was described by Maya? But especially this question about, do you think that this is something that could actually happen in Europe?
Well, actually, I want to thank Maya for speaking, because for what she said, because often when we look at it from a European perspective, with these eyes of the liberal democratic world being like the end of history, we always look down on Chinese or Russian regime as, vestige from the past. And we do as if it's an archaic history, they are not still yet democratic. But what Maya is saying, and that's the truth, is that actually it has nothing to do with the vestige from the past. It's a dystopian future. It's a model for the future, and it can be exported. And actually what the Uyghurs are suffering from is not an old-fashioned crackdown. It's actually a futuristic mental control and social control project. So, of course, it can come anywhere. It's not connected to Chinese culture or history. It's connected to the nature of the regime and to its use of modern technology. And so that's why I want to stress something. It's, at the end of the day, we come back to the basics. So we have modern technologies, and they are making even more important to stick to old, like 18th century principles of checks and balances and human rights and and Bill of Rights, and that's what we have to stick to. And it will be harder and harder to stick to that. But and it will be even more problematic every time we just give in on some of these basic principles of democracies. And I will give you a concrete example, because you spoke about it without mentioning it. We have the Pegasus scandal. So NSO, Israeli group, is producing this spy logician, and we know that Azerbaijan or Morocco are using it in Europe. We know that Moroccan regime is actually even spying on the French president. And I always wondered, and in the committee we always wondered, like, why are Europeans, governments, so silent about it? Yes, because I mean, foreign governments are spying on top leadership of European countries, so why don't we make it a big story? Yes, and I can tell you why. Because European governments are using the logician, and they are not doing it in a transparent way. So maybe they are using it for a very legitimate purpose to fight terrorism or narco traffickers, but they are doing it in an untransparent way, which leaves open the risk. And so as legislators and as politicians, what we have to do is to say, guys, we live in a very dangerous world. Everything that brings progress in terms of technology brings also risks. And that's why we have basic principles to stick to. And if we don't stick to them, then we will end up in this Chinese world.
Absolutely. Let me bring back Tristan, because the picture that was painted by Maya, on the one hand, this data mining that has led to mass surveillance, and the picture that you were painting yourself about the way that the algorithm works within social media and the way that leads to a more divided society, means that this indeed could actually happen anywhere. So how do you see this relationship between private companies and states, and to what extent do you think that this is probably the reason why we haven't seen yet a strong legislation that can actually tackle the business model of social media to actually put an end to this problem that we are seeing?
Yeah, there's so much here in what was just shared, and I agree. I'm really grateful to Maya for sharing that presentation. I think that we're at this. I was just on the Joe Rogan podcast and talking about this, that if you think about it as an American metaphor, so apologies to my European colleagues, but if you think of a bowling alley, in a bowling, you have to roll the ball down the thing and hit the strike, and there's a gutter on one side and there's a gutter on the other side. We are currently in a situation where there's two attractors to where the world is heading towards. One is dystopias, which is sort of this sort of centralized power and control, China or Zuckerberg, Xi or me, as Zuckerberg said, right? Where you have a centralized capture of all data, surveillance at scale, using technology to steer and control patterns of human behavior at scale. That's a dystopia that we don't want. And that's one of the sort of outcomes of technology plus society equals dystopia. The other way is you do technology plus society equals no order. Just like, let's let everything get amplified by amoral algorithms. Let's just let everything go off, to as much, no imposed order from the top. That's the chaos or catastrophe model. So we have to acknowledge what world we're moving towards. We have drones, we have CRISPR on every desktop. We have swarming algorithms for drones that can be used in dangerous ways. We have GPT-3 and AI being in a more accessible hands. In a mutually assured destruction world of nuclear weapons, you had to have incredible amounts of resources to be able to do something that's catastrophic for society. We're moving to a world where technology is moving into more and more decentralized hands. Now anyone can basically influence an election across the board. We interviewed someone for our podcast. It only cost $10,000 to basically reach every single user in Kenya. For less than the price of a used car, I can run an interference campaign that will actually reach every single user in Kenya. So we're decentralizing all that power, and that's the other gutter of the bowling ball alley. So if you think about it, the gutter of dystopia, of the China surveillance or the Zuckerberg surveillance model is growing. That gutter is getting bigger and bigger. And then the gutter of the catastrophes is also getting bigger and bigger. And digital open societies are this sort of third attractor. It's what we need to move towards. But we need to actually have a model where technology plus democracy equals stronger democracy. As Raphael was saying, and I agree, and it's a very nuanced conversation. It would take more time. But right now we're in this world where we're looking for technology. Let's take social media and let's make it 30% less toxic. And it's true. If we limit political advertising and tracking, we have transparency for the top links that are being shared, and we limit political data, and that would make it a slightly better world. We should do those things. Let's try to tame the monster. But unfortunately, those democracies, as we just said, are competing with either dystopias, which is basically surveillance states or governments that are taking control in that way, or the full-on catastrophe model. Taiwan is the closest example we have, and everyone should look to Taiwan as the only example that I know on the map. Probably, Estonia and others are sort of also in this direction, where technology plus democracy is intentionally designed from the ground up to create a stronger democracy. How do we get more civic participation? How do we get more results for citizens? How do we create more trusted institutions? But just having a social media business model that was conditioned on virality because that was what was profitable, and that's what some 20-year-olds in their basement thought would be cool one day back in the late 2000s, that's not going to get us to technology plus democracy equals stronger democracy. And unfortunately, given the alternative pathways, only that thing is I think the sort of North Star that we can aim for. And Europe can be, regulating in the direction of how do we make Taiwan sort of for Europe and for the West. And I think Jared Cohn has written an article about how it's really the techno-democracies versus the techno-autocracies. And we need to urgently build up that tech stack. And I recommend everyone check out the work of Audrey Tang, who's the digital minister in Taiwan. We also interviewed her for our podcast, and definitely recommend people check that out.
Thank you so much indeed for that recommendation. I see that Raphael definitely supports you on that. I wanted to go back to that techno dictatorship that we were talking about before in China with Maya. And on the one hand, I was wondering, to what extent do you feel that, as Raphael was saying, somehow digital technologies might actually be a positive disruptive element in a society like the Chinese one? Especially, I was thinking about what we saw of the use of even TikTok by some teenagers in trying to raise awareness about issues in a kind of way. So I was wondering, to what extent do you see that being actually an opportunity? And then on the other hand, the opposite side of the story, to what extent do you think that we can learn from the Chinese case not to replicate a similar system in other countries around the world?
Sure. I think that there's no doubt that people in China, entrepreneurs are, have been coming up with a lot of, cool ideas and new apps and so on. When the internet first came to China in early 2000, the society exploded in kind of just using the internet to express themselves, to organize activism. And as a result, early mid-2000 was possibly one of the most optimistic times of kind of modern China. And people were genuinely thinking that China was going to move towards the right direction. I think the Chinese government very quickly, I think even at the beginning of the internet, very quickly put in controls of the platform and in fact turn it into a weapon of surveillance and of information control, manipulation. And so right now, China is at a point where nationalism reigns, and that's not because most people are nationalistic. I think it's because the Chinese government has made such a good effort at shaping opinion. So how do we, and entrepreneurs have, in order to make profit, go with it and actively cooperate and collaborate with the kind of like the digital authoritarian model, while also, innovating. So you can't, it's innovation on both adapting to authoritarianism and innovating in terms of making new products based on kind of like the China model. I think what we need is a number of things. I'm very glad Audrey Tang is being brought up. I think there is a lot to be learned from Taiwan to innovate the use of technology to innovate and renew democracy. But also, I want to focus also on putting these guardrails on that globally. I think in Europe, it's important that Europe try to get things right in throughout Europe. That leads the world. But also, I think it's time for Europe and for other governments that care about democracy and human rights. Often, promotion of human rights these days is often not linked to the promotion of human rights in the digital space. So we have no real rules globally on spyware, on mass surveillance. And these companies are saying, well, we just, doing business. There's nothing wrong with doing business. But there's a lot of things being wrong. And I think governments really needs to be muscular here to say it's time to get out of, just the rulemaking, which is great. But globally, that the promotion of human rights has to be connected to these rules about digital world. And I think if we outlaw, spyware and mass surveillance, we free the people in these other parts of the world just a little that can give them the power to fight back like they have always been in the past. I think this is very urgent. So I hope I'll see some movement of that in the near future.
Let me get, because, Maya, you was mentioning right now this responsibility, this collective responsibility of defending human rights, even within the digital arena. And in the case of China, considering that you work for Human Rights Watch, beyond what we're talking about, digitalization and so on, do you think that the economic power of China has been somehow influencing the way that other governments relate to them, and they have not actually put that kind of pressure that we need on China to make sure that these issues are addressed? Because the picture that you're painting is absolutely terrifying. We're talking about a dystopia, and it's something that should be absolutely unacceptable in the world. And yet we have a lot of negotiations going on with the Chinese government on many areas. So how do you think that has influenced massively the way that governments relate to China, also considering not only the state in itself, but also all the state-based companies that are very powerful all across the world?
Yeah, I mean, there is a democratic rollback. And I think, like what Raphael said, sitting in Europe, it could feel that it's not a state that's going to change and very secure, great for Europeans. I think for the rest of the world, I think we have seen a democratic rollback, not to mention the dangers posed by climate change and that in relation to authoritarianism. And it certainly, I think the Chinese government is also responsible for undermining some institutions that protect these rights. But I don't think we should blame the Chinese government just for the falling apart of these institutions, which, I think is also a problem in America, for example, and the inability to really take human rights very seriously. These days, the promotion of human rights is often just, a line in a statement, rather than kind of really thinking very hard, how do we build institutions that really do embody these rights? And I think that also comes back to the question of democracy. Democracy should not be just something that we go and vote every certain years, but to innovate and use technology to really make decisions together in a democratic manner. That is institutionalizing and innovating and making these words mean something. And I think it's the same for human rights as well, that China is powerful. And I think it's something that we probably will have a hard time changing. But we can build a digital democracy, and we don't know what that even means right now, except there is something called democracy. There's something called technology. It's mashed up together, but there is no digital democracy right now.
And there's, again, an opportunity here, as we were saying before. It doesn't necessarily need to be such a dystopian future. It can actually be an opportunity, as we talk about Taiwan, but also Estonia, which is a very interesting case in the European Union. And the exchange of expertise and experiences has been very interesting within the member states. I wanted to talk back to Raphael, because we were talking before, and I wanted to get back to that, about disinformation and the role that it plays within the society, of course. And you were talking about the influence that China might or might not have, but Russia as well. We haven't been talking so much about that. I was wondering, to what extent do you think that the work that the European Union is doing in terms of tackling misinformation coming from external actors is actually good enough, or we're still confronted by many issues? I was recently talking to Esa about the many cyber attacks that we are experiencing like never before, and that don't only affect to private companies or institutions, but even individuals. I was wondering, to what extent do you think that the work that the Union is doing in terms of tackling these challenges, it's good enough, or we still have to do more work?
Well, actually, we still have to do much more work, and that's why we have set up this committee on foreign interference. But I just want to quickly respond to the question you just asked before. In the European Parliament, when we are confronting Chinese violations of human rights, and when we are discussing about Uyghurs, about sanctions, about trade measures, who is confronting us? Do you think it's lobbyists hired by the Chinese government? No, they don't hire lobbyists because they don't need to hire lobbyists. The people who are coming to the parliament and are confronting us and using every leverage, including in progressive groups and other places, they are the lobbyists of big European companies, like Volkswagen, for instance. And why? Because they are connected, their core business model is connected to the Chinese regime and to forced labor in China. And so, of course, there is no mood for confrontation on human rights because huge interest inside the European arena are connected intimately to the Chinese regime. So it has an impact, and that's why we have been so reluctant to actually confront the biggest violation. But on your question on disinformation, I mean, a hybrid warfare has started, and there is no big, clear difference now between peace and war. When you have, during the pandemics, massive attacks on the European Agency on Medication or on the Irish hospitals, then what? It's an act of virtual war, but still, it's an act of warfare, a hybrid warfare. And we didn't come to this point when we are actually serious about defending our democracies enough. And here, I can only stress how important it is what Tristan said about Taiwan. I just come back from Taiwan, and I was chairing the first official delegation of the European Parliament in Taiwan, specifically on studying how they fight against disinformation campaign. And I can assure you that attacks, they are suffering thousands of attacks permanently, and they build their democracy and their digital democracy under the permanent threat of the Chinese invasion, attacks, and destruction. And what we have to learn from them is that the way to fight disinformation is creating exactly what Audrey Tang is doing now, this digital democracy, this participative democracy through digital means. And this is the future. If we don't listen to Audrey Tang, then we will end up in this situation of a dystopian world. And that's a mission for Europe. And I think that we should all go and study and stop being so arrogant, thinking that in Europe we have a solution. Sometimes a small island far away has actually more modern and more democratic solution than our old democracies ourselves. So I'm really stressing how important it is to do that. And, you know, I'm still jet lagged a bit from Taiwan because I had the impression to go in the future, but a pleasant future, yeah? And something we have to build together. And if for that we will face very angry statements from Beijing, I mean, I think that's worth it.
Thank you so much, Rafael. I think it's a brilliant note to finish this debate, talking a little bit about hope and about a positive future that we can move to. Thank you so much to Rafael, to Tristan, to Max, and to Maya for joining us today and for the very insightful contribution. I had many more questions, but unfortunately, we've run out of time. And I go back to now to we close this session and we move back to the main studio where the conversation keep going in the Global Progressive Forum. Thank you for being here today with us and keep on going with the debate.
Thank you very much to Beatrice and the whole panel. You can comment on every panel. You can send us your own comments on social media. The poll is still open. So please keep being part of the conversation and keep engaging with us during the Global Progressive Forum. The hashtag is GPF 2021. The next panel is called All Different, All Equal. And of course, it is about tackling discrimination. We have an amazing array of speakers, including Jean Willis, a human rights activist and former federal deputy from Brazil, Rahan Assad, an Uyghur HR advocate from the USA, Soraya Post, who is a former MEP and a human rights activist as well, and Kaisa Rose, a founding director of the Black Lives Matter Fest in the UK. But before we go on to that panel, in the studio with me right now, since we're talking about discrimination, I'd like to talk to Hannah Carter, a board member of Rainbow Rose. Hello and welcome, Hannah.
Thank you for having me so much.
Please tell us a little bit about Rainbow Rose. What is it, first of all?
So Rainbow Rose is an LGBTI network that represents other networks of socialist parties throughout Europe. Mm-hmm. So that comprises of SPD Queer in Germany or LGBT Labour in the UK, for instance. And we bring together these members to support LGBTI policies throughout our political family in Europe.
Fantastic. And have you personally experienced discrimination, and in what ways did you experience discrimination? Because I assume something pushed you to start working for Rainbow Rose.
Yeah, I mean, so my first experience with discrimination came around the same time as coming out, basically. The moment I came out at high school, I started experiencing discrimination. Nowadays, it tends to happen a bit more in the form of street harassment. So it's one thing to be a single woman out at night by yourself, but it's another thing to be out with another woman. So when I'm out on a date with a woman, it happens more often than not that someone will harass us on the street or stop their cars, shout at us, that kind of thing.
And what are some of the issues that members of Rainbow Rose or the other networks that you guys are a part of face most commonly? Are there ones you hear about again and again?
Well, what we're trying to do really is look at structural discrimination and things that we can change in the law. So policies that we're pushing for are marriage equality, to allow people to have the same sort of access to family life that straight people do. But discrimination goes much further than just I don't like you because you're different. It's a structural thing that affects LGBTI people from the time they're at school. They're less likely to get a good education because they're discriminated at school. Then they're less likely to get good employment because they're discriminated again in the workplace. They have discrimination in the access to housing, so there's really a structural inequality that comes with being discriminated against. And that's the kind of policies we're trying to tackle.
So to break the vicious circle, as it were.
Exactly.
Wonderful and important. And I'd like to ask a question about the younger generation as well, because we were talking about digital so much, and we touched a bit on Gen Z. Is there a way that the younger generation deals with or is faced with discrimination that you've observed vis-a-vis the older ones like Generation X, Generation Y, pre-internet?
I look at the younger generation, and for the most part, it gives me hope. A lot of them are much more open-minded than what I was facing in my youth, and I'm not that old, but I look at what my parents are facing, and homosexuality was still illegal a couple of years ago.
Yes.
On the flip side, however, there are, we can't rest on our laurels. We can't be complacent. The younger generation faces extreme problems with online hate speech, and that polarizes in a way that we didn't have back in the 80s. So today's problems are generally digital, and it's also possible for young people to be bullied without seeing their bullier. There's cyberbullying that can happen completely online, and it's really detrimental to young people's mental health.
We had a video prepared. We asked people what they thought about discrimination, and we'll have a little look, and then we'll comment on it right here with Hannah.
Personally, no.
Oh yes, there's discrimination everywhere.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I hear it on the news all the time.
When I was a younger woman,
People have a tendency of clustering themselves in us versus them.
Maybe a lack of exposure and understanding.
Out of fear. It's very difficult for them to understand that in this world there's other people who are different.
I suppose it's out of ignorance.
In Germany we have a saying like, what the farmer doesn't know, he doesn't eat. To live and let live.
Appreciating that people are different.
Accepting people for who they are.
I'm not sure I really like the word tolerance.
Tolerance is a word that actually angers me.
Frankly, I kind of hate the word.
Tolerance implies there's something wrong.
I prefer going with respect.
Very interesting. We heard that tolerance is a word that some people find problematic. What do you think about that?
Well, my initial thought was, it's just a word. Words don't matter. But then if you take it further, actually, our whole societies are built on language, and our laws are built on language, and words have tangible impacts. For the word tolerance, it comes from a time when LGBTI was still illegal and when people were when they were just asking to be tolerated.
Which was something that I guess back in the day felt already like a win.
Exactly. It's a step away from persecution. But we want more than not to just be persecuted. We just want the same things everyone else has. So I think everyone deserves respect, but everyone also deserves equality.
Yeah, respect feels like a better word to aim for rather than tolerance. And indeed, equality, just for your background, your sexual orientation, your preference not to really matter, for you to be able to do what everyone else in society does. The structural discrimination you were talking about so eloquently earlier. I wanted to ask, are there any wins that Rainbow Rose has recorded that you'd like to share with us? Anything that you've noticed in your time there?
Well, I started getting into activism around 2016, first with the European Parliament, actually, and then Rainbow Rose. And since then, we've seen marriage equality come to happen in so many different countries, like my own home country, Germany. I really remember celebrating that one. And then most recently, not marriage equality, but same-sex partnership laws being passed in the Western Balkans. That's a huge win.
Yes.
So I think we're seeing a lot of positive movement, especially in that region that is aiming to join the EU. I think there's a lot of potential for movement in the laws.
It's very encouraging. And finally, Hannah, I wanted to ask you, as you have heard probably, the slogan of the Global Progressive Forum is, if we can dream it, we can do it. It's an adaptation of the Walt Disney quote. What would be your progressive dream for the next 10 to 15 years?
I think it's not that complicated. I would just like to see a world where it doesn't really matter how you're born. You still get to dream of fulfilling any job you want, going into any career, finding the love you want without fearing that it's going to hold you back. So the ideal world is one where anyone can be free to be who they want to be and to be with who they want to be.
Thank you. You can share your progressive dream on our social media. You can also still vote on the poll. The poll will be open until tomorrow. And now we will go straight to Jack Perrick, who I believe is waiting to start the next panel, All Different and All Equal. Jack, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Hi.
Hi.
Welcome. How are you guys doing over there?
We're doing great. We had a very interesting discussion about the Rainbow Rose movement, and we're very excited to hear your panel, actually. What are you expecting from it? It's different to your morning one, but I guess what Access to Resources and All Different, All Equal have in common is this idea of discrimination, of not having access to what we would consider normal.
Yeah, it's exactly that, isn't it? The idea of sort of spreading equality and making things fairer, whether that's a social issue or a more economic issue. As you said, we're going to have a pretty frank debate. We have some activists, some representatives from a broad sort of spread of different people who are, suffering discrimination all over the world, actually. And we're just waiting for them to join our event and our panel. So we're going to kick off from what you were talking about there. This idea of LGBT rights is certainly something that we're going to touch on. We're also going to be hearing from a representative of the Black Lives Matter community in the United Kingdom, where they're trying to expand what that movement is and make it not sort of perceived, at least, as reactionary and something that can actually bring about real change in racial discrimination. We're also going to hear from a representative of the Uyghur community who has quite a powerful personal story for our viewers, and also, as I said, LGBT rights, and also someone, a former MEP here in the European Parliament, who represents, who talks about issues surrounding the Roma and the discrimination against them in our societies. I'm just going to look to the team to see whether we have our panelists joining with us so that we can start the panel. We have two panelists that are going to join us, so I'm going to hopefully see them. Thank you so much. We'll come back to you, obviously, in 45 minutes, 50 minutes or so.
Great. Thank you very much, Jack.
As I say, the purpose of this panel is all different, all equal. On this panel, as I said, we're going to be hearing from a number of different voices from geographically divided places, also from different racial issues and different areas of discrimination, unfortunately, you know, LGBT rights issues, etc. So we are hopefully going to be able to hear from Jean Willis. I think you are online. We can hear you. We can see you. Yeah, how are you doing? And you're in Brazil. So I hope you can just for everybody watching, like, explain a little bit about your activism and what you do there for the LGBTIQ+ community.
Sorry, my English is very bad, and then I speak in Portuguese or Spanish, your choice.
I just need to check with the team to see whether we have translation, if there is, if you're speaking in Spanish. Can we speak in Spanish? Is that okay? Yeah? Okay, so please speak in Spanish. Yeah, and explain what you do, and we'll try and get the interpretation going.
Thank you. I don't speak English because my English is not nice enough for explanation about the complexity theme. Well, eu sou Jean Willis. Estuve como parlamentario en Brasil por dos mandatos de 2010 hasta 2018, ¿no? Y en este periodo defendí desde el Parlamento los derechos humanos, sobre todo los derechos humanos de las minorías étnicas, políticas y sexuales. Yo soy un hombre gay, ¿no? Un hombre gay fuera del closet. Tenho um orgulho de minha identidade e também, portanto, representava esta comunidade desde o parlamento. E ali, neste período, mais allá de fazer um avanço em termos legislativos para a comunidade LGBTI,
for legislative progress,
eu fui muito atacado por la derecha y la extrema derecha con un tipo de violencia política que ahora estamos observando, mirando esta violencia política se espalhar por otras partes del mundo, que es la violencia política que combina las amenazas de muertes con la destrucción de la imagen de la persona en la internet, en las social media. No sé si me comprendes, ¿estás me comprendiendo?
Thank you so much, Jean, for those, I mean, pretty concerning, obviously, comments. You paint a pretty difficult picture there. Now, I understand we have Rayhan Assat joining us as well. I hope that we're going to be able to bring her up to have a small discussion. Yes, hey Rayhan, how are you doing? So, Rayhan is, yeah. So you're a member of the Uyghur community yourself and a Yale World Fellow. You're an advocate and a lawyer. Perhaps you can explain the situation. I mean, we're sort of flipping from Brazil and LGBT rights to China and Uyghur discrimination and the persecution of the Uyghur community. Can you explain what's going on with the Uyghurs in China right now? And perhaps you can tell us a little bit about your own experiences.
Absolutely, and I really wish, like, instead of me, it would be my brother who is behind me in this gigantic picture. I want to make sure that, you know, his presence is very much felt with our audience, or victims like him who are suffering in the Chinese government concentration camps. Those voices are heard. Unfortunately, I need to make sure that I am going to uplift their voices because they are silenced. At the moment, myself and many members of the Uyghur community are impacted by this crisis, no matter who we are, how much we contributed to the broader Chinese community. So I appear before you today as a sister, as a member of the Uyghur community, but also as a lawyer, a human rights lawyer who genuinely cares about human dignity and human freedom. Right now, at least 1 million of Uyghur people are persecuted in the Chinese government's concentration camps. Their dignity are lost while they are remaining incredibly resilient in the face of mass atrocities. Uyghur children are separated from their families. Grandparents of these children are also in the camps, defeating the Chinese government's notion that this is a fight against counterterrorism, because grandparents of 70 and 80 years old have nothing to do with terrorism. And on top of that, like any other mass atrocities and crimes against humanity, children and women are the primary targets of this. Women are forcibly sterilized. There has been report of sexual abuse. And men like my brother, they have been dehumanized in these camps. But I do want to highlight one thing. When you look at the Uyghur crisis, I think the world is looking at them as if they're the victims of the concentration camps. While it is true, we also need to uplift them as heroes in their own right. Because in the face of such dehumanization and persecution and torture, they are resiliently fighting and surviving in these camps. And to us, that exemplifies a new kind of resilience and heroism that we all should aspire to have. So here I am inviting everybody to truly reflect values of progressivism, which is to fight for human rights, human dignity, and freedom.
Thanks, Rehan. Yeah, I mean, another, pretty upsetting description. Obviously, I know you haven't seen your brother in many years, and we'll talk a little bit more later about how perhaps international pressure works to try and improve situations like the one we're seeing there in Xinjiang. I believe we have Soraya Post is with us. She's a former member of the European Parliament from Sweden, and she advocates on behalf of the Roma community. So this is another angle, probably slightly closer to home to us in Europe, but we do see some pretty, it's a big issue, at least to say, that some of the things that happen with the Roma community, Soraya. I wonder if you can explain to us what you do, what you are pressing on, and what you are calling for the support of the Roma communities.
Yes, thank you very much. And I just wanted to start. I couldn't hear the translation of the Jean Willis speech. But I mean, it could be interesting to have that if we are going to have a further discussion, and if I would like to comment on that. On behalf of the Roma, I am a Roma woman, and I have faced anti-Gypsyism since the day I was born. I usually say that I was born condemned. And I've been working as a human rights activist for many, many years, also in my profession. And in 2014, I was elected on a feminist ticket into the European Parliament. And one of my main topics was the situation of my own people, Roma and Travers. And I have a lot of, I made reports, I made resolutions in this subject. And unfortunately, I was not re-elected in 2019. But I must say I had a huge support from the S&D group. I was a member of the S&D group. And I must say that still, because I follow the policies still, of course, even if I don't am politically active at that level anymore. And I must say that still S&D is at the main front when it comes to these issues as we are going to discuss today. And I'm very proud that I joined the S&D group during my time in the parliament. When it comes to the Roma, of course, it is the biggest minority in Europe. It's about, there are different figures, but I would say like 15 million people. And most, let's say like 90, at least 90% of them are excluded from the society when it comes to the main causes like employment, education, healthcare, and in politics, of course. Also, they are used during elections to get some votes, but only during that time. And so many Roma suffer since centuries. And of course, it escalated during the Holocaust and the Second World War. But I have to say that the persecution towards Roma is still ongoing across the world, not only in Europe, also in South America, North America, everywhere. And because that it's continuing, but it's more sophisticated. They are not in the gas chambers or shut down by guns, even if that still happens sometimes. And the police brutality towards Roma is terrible. Not many months ago, a person in Greece was shut down, and also in Czech Republic, a young guy was beaten and treated so badly, so he died by the police. And so the situation of Roma, I don't even know if I can compare with another group, and I'm not here to compare injustice, but there has to, and I'm also very proud, I listened before from the girl working at Rainbow with the LGBTI movement, and I'm so happy. I also worked with them during my time in the parliament, and there is some progress there. And I'm also happy that Black Lives Matter stands up and organize themselves. And of course, it should not only be as a reaction, it should be continuing, because and also during my time in the parliament, I also worked on that issue, and also on Muslim women.
Yeah.
So but I think we can when we get the discussion, I will explain even more what is in need to change the situation.
Yeah, we'll get into the details of that a little bit more, Soraya. Thank you for your opening comments. I'm going to bring in Kaiser Rose, who is with us, joining us with this panel, who is the founding director of the BLM Fest in the United Kingdom. Kaiser, perhaps you can explain what the BLM Fest is, because I know it's not a sort of it does something that the Black Lives Matter movement, as we understand it, perhaps you're trying to do something that isn't sort of just the Black Lives Matter movement in and of itself. Perhaps you can explain for us.
Okay, so hello everyone. Thank you for introduction, and thank you for allowing me the space to be here today. I am Kaiser Rose. I am a creative producer, artistic director, filmmaker, and Black Lives Matter activist out here in the UK. And BLM Fest came about out of a conversation last year I was having with a friend. And I was speaking about how sad I was, and about, all of the protests and all of the new allies and all of the people who had suddenly realized some of the things that had been happening to Black people globally. And I was actually quite sad. So although there was these moments of people coming together, there were these moments where people took to the streets. It was like, okay, what do these people do when they go home? What happens to the families who have lost people due to state violence after these people go home? What is the action? So it's actually really quite sad. And so I decided to create an organization that the foundation of the organization is the families who've lost loved ones due to state violence, is the people suffering. And it's using an arts foundation to relay these messages. It's using the arts to gather people into the spaces. And it's having those difficult conversations all year round, not just when something happens to people, because Black lives don't just matter every time a Black person is dead, every time a Black person is brutalized, every time an LGBTQI plus person is brutalized. Lives don't just matter when something awful happened to people. What about the people who are left to deal with the situations after a person is gone? What about the people who suffer and live? What about them? So BLM Fest is essentially spaces that contain this information, but also Black people are fun. Black people have fun, Black people have joy, Black people create things, Black people make films, etc. So it's a space where everybody is invited all year round. We continue to have the panel discussions, the workshops throughout the year, and we lead into a festival every October. So essentially, that is what BLM Fest is. And it's not just for Black people, it's centering Black people, but everybody is invited.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting, isn't it? A movement sort of erupted, and now, you know, it's what you're doing essentially, Kaysa, is sort of, by the sounds of things, is channeling that movement into positive directions as well. There was this outpouring of feeling, and it really needed guidance, and that's kind of, from the sounds of things, what you're doing. So, Jean, I'll bring you back in if I can. What needs to change for the situation of LGBT? I mean, you outlined a pretty, you know, terrible situation that you faced, but what needs to change in Brazil, and perhaps more globally as well, to prevent stuff like that from happening to LGBTI plus people?
Bueno, bom, me avisaram que eu posso falar em português, então eu vou falar em português. Primeiro, eu queria retomar um pouco para Soraya, que não escutou a minha fala, que eu apenas me apresentei explicando que eu sou um deputado federal em exílio, não formalmente em exílio, porque há tantas pessoas pedindo exílio na Europa e pessoas em situações mais graves, sem querer comparar sofrimentos, pessoas em situações mais graves, que eu não pedi formalmente asilo político à Espanha. Eu estou aqui com status de estudante, faço doutorado na Universidade de Barcelona sobre o fenômeno da desinformação. Mas eu exerci 2 mandatos como deputado federal no Brasil e não pude exercer o terceiro por causa dessa violência política que se estendeu de uma maneira epidêmica no Brasil. O Brasil já é um país com uma tradição de autoritarismo e violências contra minorias étnicas, religiosas e sexuais. Ou seja, os povos indígenas do Brasil sofrem há muito tempo uma política de extermínio, um genocídio. A população negra, pobre, também é vítima da brutalidade das polícias, da violência estatal, e a comunidade LGBT também, historicamente, do Brasil, é vítima dessa violência. Então, as ameaças de morte e a campanha de difamação, de assassinato da minha reputação, sobretudo depois do assassinato de Marielle Franco, uma vereadora negra que foi executada no Rio de Janeiro, essa violência me obrigou ao exílio. E aí, no exílio, eu busco o equilíbrio que todos os imigrantes exilados buscam. O Brasil hoje é um país complicado e acho que o mundo pode ajudar a melhorar a situação no Brasil se o mundo democrático colocar os olhos de observação, né? Criar um observatório sobre as violações de direitos humanos no Brasil, que aumentaram bastante desde 2018. Ou seja, 2018 é o ano em que Jair Bolsonaro se elege e, portanto, os direitos humanos passam a ser sistematicamente atacados de maneira não só difusa, mas atacados de uma maneira organizada pelo próprio governo federal. O Brasil vive uma tragédia sanitária, foram 600 mil pessoas mortas por causa da desinformação e de uma política genocida. A comunidade LGBT segue indefesa, então eu acho que o que podemos fazer é que a comunidade internacional democrática coloque os olhos sobre o Brasil e que os países desenvolvidos do norte global façam pressões comerciais nas relações comerciais entre o Brasil para exigir que o Brasil defenda os direitos humanos, principalmente os direitos humanos de minorias que são historicamente atacadas.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, the global pressure thing is an interesting one as well, and this plays into the Uyghur community as well. And so we'll bring Rayhan back in here, because obviously China is a country which has, you know, a very different system of governance to what we have in Europe or in America, where you are. How could the international community, how could pressure be put on the Chinese government to change what's happening in Xinjiang and to what's happening to the Uyghur communities? What do you advocate for other world leaders to do?
Jack, the reality is concentration camps are back. I mean, that is just the ugly truth that we as the global community are facing. Second, slavery is back. Slavery is thriving in the global economy. Not only individuals like my brother are dehumanized in these concentration camps, their slave labor are exploited in the global market. And we, from the unassuming consumer to the brands, fashion brands, solar industry, cotton, tomato, all the industries are implicated in this. So how are we trying to or seeking to address these global challenges? How are we endorsing slavery and allowing it to thrive in the global economy? Because we have a very powerful nation that is the driving force behind this very racist and incredibly dehumanizing campaigns and practices. So, I think one needs to remind ourselves that we cannot have like different sets of standards when a country is smaller and then when a country is powerful. And that's a reality that we're dealing with, including Europe and many progressive voices. You cannot achieve a climate agenda on the backs of slaves. That is just a reality. I've been hearing a lot of comments that because in order to address the climate change, we have to be tolerant towards China because we need to work with China on climate issues. I think we should work with China because China is the biggest polluter. But at the same time, in order to work with China, we need to come from a matter of principle. What is our principle? What is our shared values here? Are we going to endorse a concentration camps and slavery? Or we're going to say that in order for us, for China to work with us as a global partner, they have to first close down the camps. They have to first release all these innocent people who are absolutely struggling in these camps. Every day when individuals like my brother, their life drains away, our dignity as bystanders drains away with them. And that's something that we must reckon with. As China committing mass atrocities against the Uyghur, it is set to host the Olympics right before our eyes. Is this a kind of country that we're going to endorse to host a game that is designed to bring the entire world together? What kind of reaction we're going to have from world leaders, sovereignty countries, to us as agents of change and average daily person? What kind of response are we going to do? Are we going to endorse the country to host the Olympics? And in addition to that, I think, what about the forced labor? Are we going to just allow these brands to exploit Uyghur forced labor? I think there has to be a response to that. Over the past few years, Uyghur community has shown incredible resilience in front of the world eyes. And I think for a change to happen, it cannot be just a movement. It has to be movement. And for it to be movement, all of us, including by the Black Lives Matter movement or the LGBT community, we all need to come together. Because discrimination, because we're not here to say that my pain is worse than the other pain. At the end of the day, I've seen in my crisis that, discrimination against Uyghurs has existed over a long time. Genocide didn't happen overnight because we didn't resist. We all need to resist and be the voice for everybody. And this is the forum about. So I really hope all of us, boycott the Olympic, diplomatic boycott is must. And second, if I can, I'm going to ask every country in the world to host a dialogue between the athletes who are going to the Olympics with the impacted communities like myself and survivors of these camps. Let the athletes to hear our voice, our pain and our suffering, and then let them decide whether they want to go to attend the Olympics, or even if they do go, they find a way to protest. They find a way to say no to dehumanization, and they would fight for human dignity. Thank you.
No, thank you, Rehan. I mean, it really is, a difficult picture, isn't it? And I think as well that balancing of those issues, these sort of international issues, that countries want things like the Olympic Games to shine a light on making them look good and to show their country in a positive way, but also they can be used to highlight troubling and problematic issues as well. So, Sarai, I wonder if I can ask you, what structures, what capabilities do we have in the European Union to tackle discrimination right now across all of these communities that we're talking about, and how well are those tools used at the moment?
At the Commission, European Commission, there is a group working specific on Roma issues, and there is also a framework for national Roma integration strategies, which has been renewed. There is also a coordinator newly placed for working on against racism. And but I'd rather speak about the lack. What is in need for all, I think all of our groups speaking here today, is political will. Political parties who really stands up and highlight this in the European Parliament. And I can see that there is a huge lack of political will at European level, but also at national level, regional and local level, which has a huge impact on the daily life of all our groups here represented. And what I did for the Roma people is that I highlighted some issue, what is need to be done, because there is a huge lack of mistrust between the groups, between the majority and the minority. Of course, since centuries of persecution and discrimination and open racism. And I think it is very important to have the recognition of the daily basis of discrimination and racism, because and I think there is a need for, also my English is not that good, but the existence of racism in Europe is become very, legitimated, yeah? There is no shame level, again, the shame level, at least towards all of us. If somebody feels good that day, they can accept and tolerate. I also don't like that word, but this is the words used by the nice people, that I am tolerant and I accept differences, all these. But, and very seldom they speak about respect. And very seldom they want to look at the history and what makes today looks at it is. And so I would prefer to have a truth and reconciliations commissions for my for the black community in Europe, because being black or being Roma in Europe is to be second-class citizens. And it's only good if I have a good day. If I go to work and I'm feeling good, then I can be nice to everybody. But what happens if I have problem homes and comes to the work and meet with a black woman or black guy or Roma woman or Roma man? They don't have that tolerance any longer. And they, it is a long way to go to be equal. My dream is that we should all be equal, of course, that we should have all the same opportunities to create our life as we would like to prefer. Yeah.
So I'd like to bring Kaiser in here, actually. It's very interesting what you say about the structures and the lack. I mean, Brussels particularly has a massive diversity problem. There's absolutely no question about it, especially when it comes to visibility. We heard there, Kaiser, that Soraya saying that there is a long way to go. From the perspective of the black community, what needs to change to make things fairer, more equitable, and to bring about the change that we all hope will come?
I always find that this is a very interesting question, so I'm going to answer you very honestly. And it's seldom that black people say this, so prepare yourself. Ask people who look like you. Don't ask me. I am not the person, black people are not the people who created these issues. I am just suffering the after effects, the scars, the discrimination, and so is everybody else on the panel. It's all a colonial issue that comes from Europeans. I can't answer your question. You need to get in a room with other white people and ask them why they've done nothing apart from going to a couple of Black Lives Matter marches last year. They may have spoken to some Roma people, and they may have one gay friend that they like. Outside of that, nothing changes. We talk about representation all the time. And what usually happens is they pick one or two black people to be spokespeople for an entire race of people who have several cultures within that group. And usually those people are upper middle class or upper class people who have no understanding of what it's like to live on the poverty line and be trans, to live on the poverty line and be black. They have no idea what is really happening to people and how people are really suffering. No clue whatsoever. So number one, stop asking one black person to represent an entire group of people. It's unfair and it's very harmful. That's number one. Number two, stop saying BAME or POC when you mean black. Just say black. It's okay. I promise you nothing bad will happen. And number three, speak to your own people. Hold other white people accountable. Like you and I had a really interesting conversation before, and I really believe that you aren't one of the problematic white people. Well, then you have to speak to people who look like you, and other white people need to speak to other people who look like them in positions where they can do something, where they've done nothing, or they've done the bare minimum because socially you have to. Socially, you're not allowed to say the N-word. It doesn't mean that people don't believe that I'm an N-word when I walk into a room. And I'm also part of the LGBTQI plus community. So then I have that discrimination. We're not looking at things intersectionally. Because if we were, none of us would be on this panel today talking about all of the awful things that happen to people who look like us, people who exist in ways that we exist. It's not our problem to sort out. We are just suffering the after effects of the problem of white people.
You lay it out clearly. I mean, it's a very interesting perspective as well. The trouble is, I would perhaps argue from a sort of devil's advocate point of view, is that, you know, if it is just a ton of white people in a room discussing these issues, we're not going to get very far there either. That's been a long time happening, right? I can see you want to respond, but I can't hear you, Kaiser.
Oh.
1 second. Yes, respond. Go.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I said that's a really interesting response, and I will say Martin Luther King got killed. Malcolm X got killed. Black Lives Matter in the UK is being vilified. Black Lives Matter, the global network, is being vilified. We are on an FBI list. We're being watched. All of these things happen. I'm sure people in the Roma community and people in Brazil are going through the same thing. When you stand out, when you are actually creating sustainable change as a person from this group, something happens to you. It always happens to you. So that doesn't work, because if it worked, we have the emotional investment in making this change. And if it worked, we would have the changes, right? So it doesn't work when we try to do it ourselves. It doesn't work when we talk to, you know, the white people who want to make changes. So what will work? That's the question. And it cannot be up to the people who are marginalized because of these things to do the heavy lifting. We already know what needs to happen. What we need is money. What we need is people to actually hand over that power and let us do what we need to do. It's people in positions of power who are blocking it. But of course, it is not socially acceptable to say you're transphobic. It is not socially acceptable to say you are homophobic. It is not socially acceptable to say you are a misogynist. And it's not socially acceptable to say that all black people are N-words. But a lot of people in power think those things. So I leave the question back to you. What do we do about it?
It's a difficult question as well for me to answer. Obviously, I have some power and privilege as a white man, but also I try. I would say I try my best to raise the conversations, and as a reporter, to shine light on these issues where I can. To answer your question, I suppose. Bringing in Eugene, I wonder if you agree with what Kaysa's been saying. Whether you believe that there is, very little that can be done from the communities that are represented on our panel. Brazil's a slightly different situation. There's obviously an authoritarian regime there at the moment. How could the situation change?
Sí. Bueno, yo concordo com Kaisa, concordo muito com o que ela disse, mas no nosso país há um aspecto que torna tudo isso mais complicado, porque o Brasil é um país miscigenado, uma miscigenação fruto de uma colonização que foi brutal, uma miscigenação que nasce da violência sexual contra mulheres negras e contra mulheres indígenas. Claro que houve também casamentos por amor, relações interraciais por amor. Eu, por exemplo, sou filho de uma relação interracial por amor. Meu pai era um homem negro, minha mãe é uma mulher branca. Então, no Brasil, nós temos uma miscigenação muito grande e um racismo também muito grande, porque no Brasil as pessoas são melhor tratadas se elas têm a pele mais branca. Então, é dessa maneira, mais ou menos, que o racismo funciona. E, claro, esse racismo afeta as próprias pessoas miscigenadas. Ou seja, pessoas como eu, raramente no Brasil, se identificam como negras. Eu me identifico como afrodescendente, mas muita gente que tem a cor da minha pele no Brasil se identifica como branca, mesmo sendo filho de negros. Claro, eu não estou com isso rejeitando absolutamente todo o legado que a Europa deixou na América Latina, no Caribe, nos países do sul global. Não, além da brutalidade, da violência, da colonização, da usurpação das nossas riquezas, da humilhação, da imposição da língua, claro, tudo isso que foi feito pela colonização, a Europa deixou também algo de bom, sobretudo no campo das artes e da cultura, que a gente aprecia. Nós, nos países do sul global, apreciamos isso. Claro, não desprezamos a Europa. E a Europa, ela, sobretudo a Europa democrática, tem feito um movimento de diálogo conosco, né? Mas eu concordo com Kaisa que não se pode deixar a solução do problema do racismo no mundo, o problema da imigração no mundo, o problema da homofobia, da transfobia na mão das vítimas, né? Eu acho que é muito importante que as pessoas que gozam de privilégios, e eu te agradeço muito por você ser um jornalista que está abrindo espaço, um aliado muito grande nosso. É muito importante que pessoas como você, cada vez mais, promovam esse tipo de diálogo, né? Coloque a gente em contato com vocês para que nós possamos implicá-los, todos vocês, junto conosco, na transformação desse mundo, que segue com problemas ainda muito sérios. O Brasil tem essa característica, o Brasil está sob um governo autoritário, um governo protofascista, que é mascarado com perdoe a redundância, está com uma máscara de democracia. O governo Bolsonaro tem uma máscara de democracia, mas na verdade é um governo autoritário, um governo de inclinações nazifascistas, e eu posso provar tranquilamente essa afirmação que eu estou fazendo. e é um governo contrário à noção de direitos humanos, né? Então tudo no Brasil se complica, a questão racial se complica, a questão da homofobia e da transfobia complica, a violência contra os povos indígenas, que é uma violência racial, se complica, e a violência contra as mulheres, porque as mulheres, no seu conjunto, são vítimas de uma violência. E dentre as mulheres que são vítimas de violência, as mulheres afrodescendentes, asiáticas, da comunidade cigana, né, têm mais vulnerabilidade do que as próprias mulheres brancas, que são vulneráveis também nesse mundo dominado por homens.
Yeah, and this is to what Kaiser was talking about intersectionalism as well, and intersectionality, and needing to look at things in such a broad perspective. I'm going to bring you, Rayhan, back in here because what we're hearing in these discussions surrounding racism, which is obviously extreme in Europe, in Brazil, there are massive problems. But it's kind of, I mean, a concentration camp is all the way to the end of, where race, I mean, it's as kind of, as bad as the sort of racism can get once people are in concentration camps. I wonder whether you think that there is any way within China, the community, we talked about like the victims. I mean, you're here representing the Uyghur community, but the Chinese population would presumably need to feel very differently about the situation in Xinjiang. Is there any chance of that? Is there any chance of the Chinese people changing the way that their government is treating people in the Uyghur community?
Yeah, thank you so much. And I noticed that in different kinds of groups, that obviously there's so much similarities when it comes to oppression or how the state deploys methods of oppression. But when it comes to China, though, it is incredibly powerful. It's a total surveillance state. It censors any form of information. By doing so, the citizens, as you said, Chinese people, some don't even know what's happening in Xinjiang. Or if they do know, they've been given very different kinds of information. That is, Uyghur people are the troublemakers. Thereby, the state is implementing a set of tools and mechanisms to control this region, which is troublesome to begin with. And I think that only fuels the racism against the Uyghur people. The Chinese embassy in the US tweeted out incredibly dehumanizing language against the Uyghur women by saying that our desire to using forced sterilization is to make sure that Uyghur women are not baby-making machines. When the state representatives on the world stage, I mean, this is like an open social media platform, can use that kind of language to describe a particular group and particular community, you can only understand the kinds of destruction that are taking place in the little dark corners of that part of the world. So I myself truly believed in forming a broader solidarity with the Chinese people. Because in my view, I cannot imagine, regardless which kind of race, color, or creed we come from, nobody would endorse concentration camps. So in that effort, when Clubhouse was still allowed in China for a very brief period, I tried to engage with Chinese people. So my message couldn't be more simpler. All I said is that look at my brother and look at me. Both our lives, we dedicated to become bridge builders between China and the rest of the world, between Uyghurs and Chinese people. My brother was even regarded as the positive force for humanity in the eyes of the Chinese government before crackdown happened. I organized the very first Turkey-China conference and invited Chinese scholars to come and engage with Turkish scholars and benefit from that kind of global discussion. So I shared this message, but the reality is my brother in the concentration camp right now. And it didn't resonate with the Chinese people. They were crying, like some of them who tuned in. They were remorseful of the government's action. They couldn't believe, and also in some ways ashamed of the government that is capable of committing such mass scale of atrocities. But then what happened was within days, the Chinese government shut down Clubhouse to cut off that kind of communication or even avenue of forming solidarity. So that has been very difficult. And last thing I do point out is that when a brand like Swedish brand H&M stopped sourcing from the region, the Chinese government actually used online attacks and really mobilized its citizens and fueled the nationalism to embark this kind of like attack against H&M. So it's actually not only preventing us to form solidarity, but also fueling nationalism against, like, you know, between people or different groups or international community to make sure that this crisis continues. So that's very difficult, and that is a reality. This is why I think international solidarity is incredibly important. And I do want to ask every world leader, please, in your engagement with the Chinese government, do highlight this. We do want China to be on the world stage. We're not rejecting that. But what we are rejecting, a country that is currently locking millions of people in concentration camps and reaching that extreme form of racism, but also exploiting their labor in the global market. Thank you.
I mean, it's a powerful statement. It's a powerful statement you make. We've not got much longer left on our time, so I'll just come back to you, Soraya, just very quickly. If you can give us a comment about trust, because the reality with the Roma community is, I think that they do not trust the structures of government in Europe at all. How could that situation change? Really quickly, if you can.
Yes, I will try to be quick. I demanded a Truth and Reconciliation Commission in each country. There should be a commission working against anti-Gypsies. But to create trust, the persecutor have to reach out their hand. As Kaiser said before, I cannot solve the problem because I am the one who is persecuted. And I cannot do more than ask for that they will respect my human rights, which is very much, I mean, it's old now. It's old, it's like since 1948. And I mean, Roma people are trying. More and more of us are getting educated and trying to be employed at works, not only concerning Roma, but it seems that, and I must say, during my time in the European Parliament, I managed to change the view on how they in the Parliament and the EU Commission looked at Roma, because before they were looked as a social problem of Europe. And I managed to change it to be a rights-based approach. So that's a victory, because then we can speak and talk from the right angle. And to create trust. I mean, my mother was forced sterilized after she was giving birth to me and my brother. The last forced sterilization in Sweden was 1974. So to create trust means they have to reach hand. They have to do as Kaiser said. They have to ask themselves, what are we doing wrong? Is this what we want? Sorry,
Soraya, I feel absolutely terrible stopping you on that point. It's a really important point you make, but unfortunately we're running out of time. So I just want to say a huge thank you to Jean, Rayhan, Soraya, and to Kaiser as well for speaking openly, to having these challenging conversations, to bringing your own personal experiences and personal views as well. I promise, as I said, that I will continue to try and use my platform to change the issues and to do whatever I can do. For everyone who's staying with us at the Global Progressive Forum 2021, stay with us. We're going to have an interview with the former Brazilian President Lula shortly.
Some people don't have a house, access to water, or food for their family. Some people have to flee their homes to escape war and persecution. Some people live in countries where love is a crime. Some people don't have a job, or a decent job. Half of people are women, but they still do not have half the power, half the rights, or half the opportunities. Together, we can change this. Global Progressive Forum. We focus on people.
Bom dia, Presidente Lula. Muito bem-vindo à Casa da Democracia Europeia, o Parlamento Europeu. Muito obrigada por ter aceitado o convite do Global Progressive Forum 2021, o GPF. E como diz o nome Progressive, progressista, eu gostaria de lhe perguntar o que é para si uma agenda progressista, o que é que tem que constar de uma agenda progressista para enriquecer os debates que nós estamos a ter esta semana.
Olha, eu acredito que uma agenda progressista hoje, em qualquer parte do mundo, ela tem que ter 3 temas que são inseparáveis. Primeiro, a desigualdade. Não é possível que os setores progressistas da sociedade não estejam incomodados com a desigualdade que toma conta do mundo. Ou seja, embora o mundo produza alimentos necessários para a humanidade, a verdade é que nós temos 800 milhões de seres humanos que vão dormir toda noite sem ter o que comer. Uma outra coisa importante é a questão climática, ou seja, nós precisamos ter em conta que tratar com seriedade a questão climática hoje, cuidar do planeta, cuidar da nossa água, da nossa floresta, da nossa fauna, é uma obrigação de sobrevivência. Não precisa um país fazer pressão sobre o outro. É obrigação de cada ser humano, desde o dia que nasce até o dia que morre, a cuidar do seu planeta, a cuidar da água que bebe, a cuidar do ar que respira, a cuidar da qualidade da vida das pessoas. Essa é uma segunda coisa importante. E a terceira coisa importante é a geração de empregos para a humanidade. Ou seja, nessa loucura digital, sabe, que o século XXI está nos proporcionando, é preciso que a gente discuta como nós vamos gerar emprego para atender aos milhões e milhões e milhões de jovens que todo dia atingem idade para trabalhar e que não têm emprego, passam a perder a esperança e vão ficando desesperados. Eu acho que são 3 assuntos que nós temos que resolver: desigualdade, clima e emprego, para fazer a humanidade voltar a viver de forma civilizada, tranquila e pacífica.
E qual é o papel que vê o Brasil ter neste debate?
Olha, o Brasil tem um papel importante porque o Brasil tem 213 milhões de habitantes. O Brasil é um país com território imenso, são 8 milhões e meio de quilômetros quadrados. O Brasil tem uma fronteira seca com quase todos os países da América do Sul, menos com o Equador e com o Chile, que são quase 16 mil quilômetros de extensão. O Brasil tem 8.500 quilômetros de fronteira marítima. O Brasil tem muita riqueza mineral no subsolo, no solo. E o Brasil tem a maior reserva floresta tropical do planeta Terra. Ou seja, então, o Brasil ele ganha uma importância estratégica no planeta Terra. E o Brasil não precisa ficar discutindo com os outros países quem é dono da Amazônia. A Amazônia é do Brasil, mas o Brasil precisa compartilhar com o mundo a exploração científica do potencial da biodiversidade brasileira. Se é verdade que as florestas subtropicais hoje representam um equilíbrio no planeta Terra, nós temos que compartilhar com o mundo esse nosso país, para que o mundo possa pesquisar e nos ajudar a desenvolver a melhor política de desenvolvimento para gerar possibilidade de sobrevida das pessoas que lá habitam, sem a gente ficar querendo transformar a Amazônia num santuário da humanidade. É preciso explorar com inteligência, porque hoje a palavra crescimento econômico e a palavra desenvolvimento econômico está intimamente ligada à palavra ambiente. Então é preciso cuidar do meio ambiente para que a gente possa ter um outro modelo de desenvolvimento e nesse aspecto o Brasil pode contribuir muito com a humanidade.
É interessante o que está a dizer, porque efetivamente na Europa muitas vezes se opõe o debate ambiente e emprego, crescimento económico e respeito do meio ambiente. E é interessante ouvir nas suas palavras que considera que não são incompatíveis.
Não são incompatíveis, pelo contrário. Ou seja, hoje você não pode pensar em crescimento econômico, sabe, sem pensar na questão ambiental. O que é preciso é que a gente pense num crescimento econômico sustentável, em que a gente possa gerar empregos, possa gerar riqueza e, ao mesmo tempo, preservando o meio ambiente que nós vivemos. A manutenção dos ecossistemas, a exploração da biodiversidade tem que ser considerado um fator econômico. Nós não precisamos destruir para construir outra coisa falsa. Ou seja, eu hoje acho que ser progressista é ser ambientalista. Ser progressista é ser humanista. Ou seja, ser progressista é falar um pouco com o coração e um pouco com a razão. Ser progressista é ser solidário, ser fraterno, falar mais em amor, menos em ódio e mais em paz.
Bonitas palavras que me levam a um tema que vai agora a seguir ser discutido, que é o futuro da democracia. Porque para termos paz, para termos crescimento económico, tendemos a pensar que o melhor sistema que o pode fornecer será o sistema democrático. Qual é a sua opinião sobre o estado da democracia na América Latina, no seu próprio país, mas também olhando para nós na Europa e para o resto do mundo? Qual é a sua impressão?
Eu posso olhar na minha vida política para falar de democracia. Se não fosse no sistema democrático, eu jamais seria presidente da República do Brasil. Se não fosse na democracia, jamais um índio como Evo Morales chegaria à presidência da Bolívia. O que é importante é que você tem que estabelecer um modelo político democrático, em que todas as pessoas têm igualdade e oportunidade de se organizar e de competir, e, ao mesmo tempo, você tem que ter uma economia democrática em que todos tenham condições de ter acesso às calorias e às proteínas necessárias à sobrevivência humana. Você tem que ter uma educação democrática em que a escola não seja separada para quem tem dinheiro e para quem não tem dinheiro. É preciso ela ser democrática. Os meios de comunicação têm que ser democráticos. Todas as pessoas têm que ter direito a ser ouvidas pelo meio de comunicação. Não é o dono do jornal ou o dono da televisão que é o censor. É preciso que a sociedade tenha uma participação, sabe, nessa democratização dos meios de comunicação. Então, a democracia é uma coisa extraordinária, na medida em que ela permite que eu diga o que eu quero, que eu faça o que eu quero. O que nós precisamos entender, e eu acho que os setores progressistas não podem abrir mão disso, é o seguinte: democracia não significa você dizer que quer emprego, significa você poder trabalhar. Democracia não significa você dizer que está com fome ou gritar que está com fome. Significa você comer. Democracia não significa dizer que você tem direito a estar numa escola boa. Significa que você tem que estar na escola boa. Ou seja, então a democracia é a possibilidade que a gente tem de garantir que todos, sem distinção, sejam tratados em igualdades e tenham as mesmas oportunidades. São as oportunidades que têm que nos diferenciar e não a questão econômica.
É verdade, mas há muitos riscos e há muitas ameaças para esta democracia. Hoje em dia, por exemplo, as redes sociais, quando são manipuladas por algumas formas mais extremadas das opiniões políticas, podem fazer correr o risco a essa própria democracia e impedir o acesso das pessoas a esse mundo melhor.
Não, a democracia tem risco. A eleição do Trump nos Estados Unidos foi um risco. Ou seja, todo mundo sabe que a eleição do Trump se deveu à construção de um processo de mentiras veiculado pelas redes sociais, que a gente não pode chamar de rede social. É melhor a gente chamar de rede digital, porque de social tem menos, sabe? tem muita coisa que não é social nas redes sociais. No Brasil, nós temos um presidente que conta 5 mentiras por dia através das redes sociais.
Metade das
Então,
letras.
eu acho, mas isso não nega a democracia. Isso só nos alimenta da necessidade de vivermos mais democraticamente, porque nós vamos ter que regulamentar as redes sociais, nós vamos ter que regulamentar a internet, vamos ter que colocar um parâmetro. Uma coisa é você utilizar o meio de comunicação para você informar, para você educar. Outra coisa é para fazer maldade. Outra coisa é para contar mentiras. Outra coisa é para causar prejuízo à sociedade. Não. Você não vai utilizar um meio de comunicação como a internet, que possibilita que todos tenham acesso a informações como jamais tivemos na vida. Ou seja, a gente não pode permitir que seja utilizado uma revolução como essa, sabe, da digitalização da sociedade, por mal. Ou seja, eu não quero ser algoritmo. Eu quero continuar sendo ser humano. Eu não quero ser teleguiado, eu quero ter sentimentos. Eu quero decidir o que eu faço, eu quero decidir o que eu compro, eu quero decidir o que eu voto. E isso nós precisamos regulamentar, para que alguns espertos e maldosos não tentem virar dono da humanidade através da manipulação de algoritmos.
Então, a autorregulação dos atores económicos, e especialmente no mundo digital, é uma quimera, é um sonho.
Eu acho que é um sonho, não. É uma busca que nós temos que fazer. Hoje, por exemplo, você tem o pessoal, sabe, que são os donos dos aplicativos no mundo inteiro, não pagam nem imposto, estão quase todos em paraísos fiscais. Ganha uma fortuna e não paga sequer imposto em nenhum estado. Não paga no Brasil, não paga na Espanha, não paga na Itália, não paga na África do Sul. Ou seja, não é possível. Essa gente tem que ter responsabilidade. E essa gente precisa ter responsabilidade para não permitir que a maldade seja veiculada para causar mal às pessoas. Você pega a internet e você vê pessoas orientando a outra para se matar. Você pega ensinando a fazer muitas maldades, que isso tem que ser proibida. E os donos dos aplicativos é que tem que tomar conta disso. Portanto, eu acho que a esquerda não tem que ter medo de debater esses temas, por mais difíceis que eles pareçam. A solução é o debate e a solução é a saída democrática.
Estamos na mesma linha, aliás, os debates que temos feito até agora assim o indicam. Para terminar esta nossa conversa, gostava de lhe perguntar, porque o mote do GPF 2021 este ano é: se o podemos sonhar, podemos fazê-lo. No seu caso, que é um humanista total, qual é o seu sonho? Não um sonho genérico, mas concretamente para os próximos 10, 15 anos. Que sonho ou que sonhos tem para si, para o seu país, para o mundo?
Eu sempre digo que todos nós, seres humanos, temos que sonhar muito e sonhar grande, porque se a gente sonhar pequeno, quando a gente acordar, a gente vai ficar decepcionado. É preciso sonhar grande. Eu sonho com um mundo mais fraterno, eu sonho com um mundo mais solidário, eu sonho com um mundo onde prevaleça o amor e não o ódio, onde prevaleça a paz e não a guerra. Eu sonho com um mundo em que as pessoas possam comer 3 vezes ao dia, que as pessoas possam ter acesso ao emprego, à educação, ter acesso a atividades culturais. Ou seja, eu sonho com um mundo em que todos possam viver com dignidade.
Eu sonho com o mundo Lula também.
Ora, meu sonho comum, eu acho que eu já realizei muito dos meus sonhos. Eu saí da onde eu saí, num estado muito pobre do Brasil, e chegar à presidência da República do meu país, já foi a realização de uma perspectiva que eu nunca tinha sonhado. Então, eu sonho agora é recuperar a democracia do meu país. Eu sonho que o Brasil volte a ser democrático, que o Brasil se transforme num país, sabe, que seja exemplo para o mundo. Exemplo na questão do clima, exemplo na questão do emprego, exemplo na questão do salário, exemplo na questão, sabe, da educação e exemplo, sabe, na qualidade do ser humano que nós queremos criar. Ser humano fraterno, ser humano que simboliza o amor e não a guerra, a paz e não o ódio. É isso que eu sonho.
Muito obrigada e eu sonharia que toda a gente fosse como o senhor.
Mas há possibilidade, há possibilidade. O ser humano não nasce ruim. Ele é feito ruim. Ele é transformado, ele aprende a ser ruim. Se ele aprende a ser ruim, nós temos a obrigação de ensiná-lo a ser bom. E a gente aprende a ser bom dentro de casa.
Vamos seguir o seu exemplo e agradeço-lhe imenso este tempo que passou connosco.
Obrigado.
Muito obrigada.
Obrigado.
Welcome to this session of the Global Progressive Forum 2021. I'm James Cantor, a journalist, and I'm the host of the EU Scream Politics podcast. Our subject is the future of democracy, a subject at the heart of what we just heard from former President Lula. The former president talked about inequality, he talked about climate change, and he talked about the polarizing effect of social media. And Lula also made clear his dream, which is to regain his country's democracy. Now, preserving democracy, even regaining democracy, those are concerns that go well beyond Brazil. Democracy worldwide has been in decline in recent years, and that includes within the European Union. So our theme this evening is what the progressive response should be to these challenges and how we can make that response even more effective. And we have an eminent panel of guests with us this evening, and it's my pleasure to begin introducing them now. Andreas Schieder, you were elected to the European Parliament in 2019 for the Social Democratic Party in Austria. You're part of the delegation to the Conference on the Future of Europe, and you participate in the Special Committee on Foreign Interference in Democratic Processes. You've been a state secretary in the Austrian Finance Ministry, and you were your party's leader in the Austrian Parliament. Also joining us will be Hind al-Ariani, who is a journalist and activist from Yemen. Among her achievements is to have helped mediate the release of Yemeni Baha'i hostages. She won Arab Woman of the Year Award in London in 2017. She now lives in Sweden, where she's working with the Internationalisterna, which is a Swedish association that promotes social democracy. We're also joined by Modi Intembe, an activist who leads a variety of associations, including the Migrant Women's Network in Belgium. She's also a coordinator within the European Network of People of African Descent. She specializes in issues around the empowerment of African women, migration, and development. And shortly, we hope to be welcoming Federica Mogherini, whom you will all know as the rector of the College of Europe and the former EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs. A warm welcome to you all, and to Mr. Schieder, who is with me this evening in the studio. And in fact, where I'd like to start is with what Lula had to say about democracy. My question, will democracy be preserved? Will it be regained even in Hungary and Poland? And how?
I think in your question lies already an analysis, because it's not only about getting democracy, it's also to save democracy or to regain even. I think it's important to say, because we also had a period where, let's say, dictatorial states fail and democracy rise, but then we see also democracy can be also weak and also slice by slice abolished. And this is what happened in Hungary, in Poland. We also see it in other places, like in Brazil. We already had much more democracy than we have now. But to come to your question, what we also see is that these autocratic leaders come to an end in that sense that the European Union, the European institutions are very strongly answering and say, hey, stop, guys. This is against the rule of law. This is against our set of rules which we took for us. And secondly, also, that people are waking up and saying, hey, we did not only elect an autocratic leader, we also elected somebody who is corrupt, who is taking its bag full of money and putting all the state money into the bags of their friends, like Mr. Orban is recently doing also in Hungary. So I think this is the momentum where also change is coming from. So in Hungary, there had been 800,000 people participating in the pre-elections of the united opposition. There is a wind of change.
I mean, that's the interesting thing, isn't it? In many ways, you could say that Europe has had limited effect on rolling back the authoritarian trend within Europe. What you seem to be saying is that elections may be the thing that really changes the situation. Of course, that presumes that they will leave office.
European Union, European Parliament can make pressure, but at the end, it is an issue which has to be solved by the people by the elections. Indeed.
Right. And with the hopes that there's a peaceful transition of power. Now, may I ask, Hind, do we have you on the line as well?
Yes, I am here.
Ah, terrific. Hello. Very nice to have you with us.
Thank you for having me.
Hind, as you've heard, we've been talking here about sort of preserving the EU brand as being that of a club of democracies. I wanted to ask you, how important is this democratic brand, not only here, but as an example to the rest of the world, including to pro-democracy forces in the countries of the Middle East?
Yeah, thank you for having me. Of course, it's very important when, in general, powerful countries have democracy. Because I will give you an example of the opposite. When Trump was the president, he used to support dictators in the Arab world. He doesn't care about democracy or equality or human rights. So at that moment, we didn't have any hope that he would put pressure to release the activists or human rights defenders in these countries. So this is an example of how it makes difference. And also when there is a country that have democracy, a powerful country that have democracy, they can also support the organizations, fund the organizations that is supporting democracy in these countries. So these are some examples of how they can have impacts.
Modi, can I turn to you? Do we also have you on the line?
Ah, j'essaie de voir où est-ce que je peux ouvrir mon micro.
Yes, please go ahead and open your microphone. Modi, are you able to hear me now? Okay, we may have Modi. I will wait for one more moment. While we wait for her, Andrea. Oh, I'm hearing myself now. Andreas, I mean, it's quite interesting what Hind was saying. There is an effect, isn't there, of autocratic leaders on the rest of the world. I mean, like it or not, many parts of the world do look to Europe and the United States for an example.
Yes, and I think therefore this, what we discussed before, that we always fight for the rule of law, for strong democracies, and what all is connected to this issue, like in Poland and Hungary, is so important because it is also a global fight. There is people like our guests today which are fighting every day for democracy and even more for simply the right to live as you want. So I think this is also important that in the Western society we understand how fragile democracies are, but we have to preserve them, and we have to support everybody who is fighting somewhere else out of a position of being a strong democracy, which sometimes is not so true.
Terrific. Okay, I just want to check back and see if we have Ms. Mogherini, who has joined us. May I ask if we have Ms. Mogherini?
Here, yeah.
Oh, we do. Terrific.
I'm here. Good evening.
Terrific. Thanks very much. Thanks for making it. We're working on a first name basis here, so I'm going to go with Federica. I hope you don't mind. I've already introduced you, and I wanted to dive right in with the question that I'd put to Andreas, which is, sort of based a little bit about what we heard from former President Lula, do we think that democracy can be regained in Poland and in Hungary? And if so, how?
The $1 million questions. I think for sure the answer to the first question, can it be regained? Definitely my answer would be yes. I mean, we know that democracy is a work in progress. We know that no society, no country, no institution is perfect. The European Union is a unique institution because it helps identifying the shortcomings when it comes to rule of law, democracy, and human rights. So it gives us the instruments to actually act wherever we see collectively in Europe that there is the need to do so. And we know that countries, governments have waves and might have waves, unfortunately, of more promising and less promising scenarios. Let's put it this way. But we know that change is possible because change has been possible in many countries, sometimes for the bad and sometimes for the good. So definitely I have a lot of trust in the fact that the situation of human rights, democracy and rule of law, including in the European Union, but also elsewhere, can be improved always. And I have a lot of trust in the energy, the determination of human rights activists, civil society, especially the younger generations, that put a lot of wisdom. I think wisdom is not connected to age anymore, if it had ever been, into improving their societies. How to do that? Maybe this is the last part of my previous answer is also the good one for this. I think the only positive change can come from the people. And so probably empowering people, empowering participatory democracy, empowering civil society organizations, empowering those that are pushing forward a progressive agenda across the world is the only way we have, I think, to bring positive change.
Yeah, I mean, this is the conclusion we came to with Mr. Schieder, that in fact elections are very likely to be the only answer, given the limited effect that Europe can have on those countries right now. Modi, I'm going to give my question to you another shot. I want to make sure that you can hear me now.
I can hear you perfectly. I hope
Wonderful.
You can hear me.
I can, and I can see you too. That's terrific. Thank you for joining us.
That's terrific.
Modi, here's my question, which is on sort of the same theme. Europe takes a lot of pride in its progressiveness, but sometimes it does have trouble walking the walk, as we see. It has trouble owning up sometimes to its colonial hangovers, including structural racism. Democracy has to be democracy for everyone, right?
Exactly. And as you almost nailed all the bits. Thank you for having me first. And indeed, we've seen with the pandemic also the challenge that it is today to have content to what democracy means for everybody. And despite the commotions that has shown us how systemic the inequality in accessing to human rights for everybody is, for the community I belonging to, from my DNA, the African descent community, this has been with the epic moment where everybody was looking to the US and forgetting that the George Floyd history is just one in so many thousands of history ending badly that have happened all over the world, globally. And in Europe, when we talk right now about migration and how do we deal with that, how do we deal with the structural discrimination and disparities in the migration histories of people, here where I'm based in Brussels, Belgium, we face new challenges for youth, for example. Not only are they target to risk risky migration and ended up in the sea with sinking boats. But even when they are institutionally authorized, legally holding document, we see in Belgium students that had everything set right to come to study being stopped at the border by agents ignoring institutional authorization given to those students, whereas even when it's professional researcher invited by Europe to come and share their knowledge, being stopped by the border. So
Thank you, Modi. Let me jump in there and say I think that's a terrific example that you give of the way that structural racism can operate, where even professional people can run into problems with paperwork that others might not face. Now, I'm going to slightly change topic, and Modi, we will come back to some of the ideas that you were talking about there. Federica, if I can go back to you. Let me put it this way. In the past, some things you've said have divided opinion in the European Union over how we should approach Russia. And here I'm thinking of your suggestions for rapprochement. And since then, since the time when you were the High Representative, Russia has become even more deeply involved in campaigns to destabilize our democracies in Europe and in the near neighborhood. I wanted to ask, has your approach to Russia being a threat, has it evolved, and if so, how?
Well, this question surprises me quite a lot because I would never pushed for a rapprochement with Russia. Actually, rather the contrary. In the Italian political spectrum, I was probably the most anti-Russian politician you could find. So probably you have to review your notes and my profile. So the answer to your question is definitely not. My position has not changed. I was probably again one of the toughest ones on especially the violations of international law and human rights violations inside the Russian Federation. Before I became High Representative, when I was High Representative, and the same stands today. So again, I don't see the reason for your question. Another thing is to say that somehow there are some areas of cooperation with Russia that is in our interest, not only as Europeans, but I would say as a global community, to preserve. I give you an example. When we were negotiating and then saving the Iran nuclear deal, Russia was a key partner to do that and played a very constructive role. When it comes to climate change or when it comes to, for instance, people-to-people contacts, the number of students from Russia that participate in the Erasmus program, for instance, I think that these are positive examples of things that make sense to keep working on with Russia. But let me be very clear on this. My position on Russia has never been that of promoting a rapprochement. On the contrary, I was first foreign minister and then the High Representative introducing the sanctions on Russia that are still in place. So again, you might confuse me with someone else.
So what's undeniable is that your appointment created a great big split in especially among the Baltic nations that certainly had, I would say, a certain caution about the appointment at the time. And, I recall that thinking, well, how does one really confront Russia? I mean, it's not an easy question. Now, Andreas, can I get your view on the kind of threat that Russia poses, and whether we've been a little naive in Europe about these various threats?
I think, so I'm in this investigation committee, a special committee of the European Parliament, where we look on disinformation campaigns and these kind of things. And of course, Russia is one of the sources for disinformation campaigns, especially in areas where anyway it's already complicated. And because the idea of disinformation sometimes is not following one goal, but is simply to create chaos and to make things more complicated. So on the Balkans, we see a lot of Russian disinformation. What we have to see also, it is also sometimes coming from other areas, China, Turkey, Arabia countries. So I think we have to take it as European Union extremely serious, especially when we want to protect elections and other things, where in the social media is coming up. But I want to also underline what Federica just was saying, because while speaking a clear language on diplomatic and human rights issues concerning Russia, of course, what we also need is some channels where we can still discuss. Maybe it's with the civil society, with other ones. So as Russia is also a global leader, I think we need both.
Yep.
Clear line, clear also red lines where we say this we cannot accept, especially in international politics, but also some kinds of contacts and possibilities to speak about these positions. But to come back also to this disinformation, I think this is one of the big threats globally for democracy and for our societies, because it is really, really dangerous, and there is a lot of things which we can do. The one is to be aware of the problem.
Now, disinformation and more broadly, technology was one of the points that was raised by former President Lula in his comments before this session. And he really talked about it in terms of taming polarization, taming disinformation, and dealing with hate. He said rather memorably that he doesn't want to be treated like an algorithm. And we've seen over the years, over recent years, how, for example, data from Facebook can affect how we vote. And that's just one example. So, I mean, very broadly, there's just such a broad area here. And I think I'll start with Hind, if I can. I wanted to come back to you. There's another side to this. Social media has also been a lever for civil society to organize and fight for democracy in the Middle East, has it not? Hind, are you
Yes,
there?
I am here. Yes, of course, social media is my thing. And when we started during the Arab Spring, I was one of those activists who believed in human rights and in democracy and the hope that we can have democracy. And how we used to use social media to raise our voices, and we used to connect from different countries, the activists, and that's how I knew them. And we had like a group where it's a private group for us, and we used to talk how to support each other. So it wasn't just about one country. It was related to all the Arab countries that had this Arab Spring. But of course, after the fall of Arab Spring, now the governments, the dictators in the Arab countries, they are using the social media to catch the activists, also to spy on them. And I don't know if you heard about that, but for example, there was someone from Saudi Arabia working with Twitter, and he used that to spy on activists, and he was the cause that they arrested someone. So unfortunately, also, when people write about something and use a hashtag, I don't know what they do because I'm not professional in this, but they manage to make this hashtag disappear from when you see it trending. So not many people would see it and would engage on that. And now people, they can't even, when they use fake names on social media, they also still feel scared that the government can find out who they are. So it's not as before. Even
right.
for me.
It's almost as if technology has become a new tool for authoritarians. Modi, if I can jump to you, I guess I would put it this way: social media, plus or minus, it seems so easy to weaponize social media against the most vulnerable in society. And I wanted to ask what your experience was and your assessment is.
Well, that's where I really say this is a global issue, and the surveillance is global, despite whether we are on an extreme, radical, authoritarian government or the most democratic or freedom giving government. And as action, especially in human rights, and as an activist, that's where my background is, as an activist for human rights and equities for our communities, as well as for women. There's everybody has his own level of how social media becomes a step, a tool for moving forward or for moving backward, for giving platform to those speaking the truth or really reporting and giving solid and consolidated information of those spreading like propaganda or disinformation. This is really a tool that enables you to be, I don't know if you've heard of it, to stake and use a cancellation policy to some communities or some very strong activists that you want to shut down. Social media can be used for everybody, either to spread.
Yeah, this is really interesting because I think what you're getting to the heart of there is how social media is an amplifier. It amplifies the good and it amplifies, quite frankly, the evil sometimes.
Exactly. And for us as activists in human rights, that's also,
I'd just like to bring Federica into that. Federica, can I get your view on what we've heard so far on the social media technology democracy question? Social media, good or bad for technology, and is Europe doing enough to regulate it?
It's not for me to say if Europe is doing enough or not to regulate it. What I know is that for sure, the more instruments we have to connect people worldwide, the better it is. It is another way of campaigning, and it's also empowering a lot of people around the world, not only to get access to information, but also to organize social movements and campaigns that I only wish I had in the time when Andy and myself were young and young activists. So for sure, it's good for connecting people worldwide to get access to information that otherwise would not go through the official channels of information and through media. It empowers people for sure, but obviously it also can be used for purposes that have nothing to do with good purposes. Let's put it this way. What I know is that not only on social media and the digital world, but also on technology as such, things like artificial intelligence, imagine all the huge domain of weaponization of artificial intelligence, for instance, there is a need for regulations and norms. And I believe that no one else but the European Union, with its normative power, can provide the global society, including the tech industry, some boundaries within which to understand what is allowed, what is not allowed, what is getting dangerous and can slip out of control. So I think that there could be and there should be a push within the European institutions with other partners across the Atlantic or elsewhere to try and make a systematic work on how to regulate not only the cyberspace but also the technological developments that might then develop into dangerous instruments, even in democratic countries.
So, Federica, as rector, are you bringing that sort of coursework into the College of Europe? It's become such an important domain of our political lives.
Absolutely. This is one of the subjects that our students study the most, the digitalization of all sectors. And in particular, as the College of Europe is a center of excellence on European studies, they study the European Union normative approach exactly to this field. So yes, indeed, this is one of the main fields they study in the different departments we have, taking it from the legal perspective, the economic perspective, or the social, political perspective, and even on the international relations and diplomacy angle, as social media and the digital world and instruments are more and more used also for digital diplomacy. So yes, indeed, they do study already quite intensively all the different aspects in which the European Union approach to the digital world applies. and potential developments in the future, yes.
I saw Andreas saying, shaking his head, nodding his head, seeming to indicate, I wish we had these tools when we were young activists.
Yeah, for sure, because I still remember when we had to send faxes, which of course, seeing nowadays what chance, of course, also having mobile communication is for political movements, for civil movement, for young people. And we see like Arab Spring and others, like also in Belarusian opposition, that they can organize through social media channels. So there is a threat by misuse, and there is a big chance also. But this is always what's about. So press freedom is extremely important, but on the other side also, of course, fake news attacks there is nothing which is only good or only bad, but I would also say we learned in the last years that, of course, especially as Modi was saying, spreading information, especially for those which get ghosted by the normal media or get ghosted by the state where they live on, minorities, civil rights groups, women activists, youth activists, it's extremely important to be there. And this is what you also see, and this is very positive.
Now, Hind, I'd like to come back to you. You're living in Sweden, where the hard-right Sweden Democrats have been a growing political force in recent years. Can you tell us about the kind of work you're doing there with the Social Democrats to address those kinds of dangers and sort of associated trends?
Yeah, as I said before, I believe in democracy, and that was the reason that I had to leave. And I paid.
The reason you had to leave Yemen, yes.
Yeah, to leave, and I paid big price for that, and I don't take it for granted. So when I came to Sweden, and I realized there is threat to democracy, and I realized that the right wing, they are reaching out to immigrants to make them vote for them. And they tell them things like, we're gonna make more work, for example, things that they want, that people are looking for. So I thought, and it's important, of course, to reach out to immigrants like me. I am also an immigrant, and I am not even Swede, but I have the right to join a political party and to also vote to a certain level. So I thought that it's important that to reach out to those who can vote and they have the same background as me, and to talk to them about the party, and not just that, also to deliver their messages to the party, to know what they need. And so it's like the link between them.
Super, thank you. And Modi, if I can come back to you, we see the far right as a fairly powerful force in Belgium too, particularly in Flanders. How much a part of your campaigning and your advocacy is to do with the threat that they pose?
Well, exactly, just like my predecessor just stated, is that the beast is big and has a multiform, and for us, it's really engaging in more equity on a daily basis for people, because what feeds extremism is people not being well, people not being into poverty, people being fragile in terms of economic fragility, health fragility, or any other access to what they see as essential to their well-being. And the far right, the radicality will come up with, oh, I have this solution for you to this problem. They're not doing anything else for your problem. And in our communities, that's exactly what we see. That's exactly what we are seeing coming. Whereas I would say traditionally, I talk for the community I'm in, the African descent community, has always been most of the time inclined to be centered and centered on human rights and so on, and not so many grasping into the far right discourse, which is having a shift since the last elections, where we've seen our people, the far right getting votes from our people, getting candidates from our communities, thinking that they being bought in because they will get solutions, sort of. And this is why the future of the democracy is really to make sure that we take into account the fact that all these systems are made of human beings, for which the ultimate objective of the democracy is being free and well installed, and have a standard of life that they can reach out if they are equally equipped to get into it.
Thank you, Modi.
And the
That's
digital
fascinating.
world will either help us or be our enemy. What do we want?
Thank you, Modi. Federica, can I go to you? I mean, one thought I have is that ultra-conservative nationalism of the kind that we've been talking about in Sweden and Belgium, it often feels paradoxically like the new internationalism. These movements often seem connected. Do you think of this sort of far-right trend that way? What are your thoughts on it?
Well, clearly there is a global trend. As we said, the globalization of communication, including the use of social media, is a tool, is not an end in itself, it's not a policy in itself. And as it can be used by human rights activists or progressive movements, it can also be used by the far right or the anti-system movements. And it's quite clear that they do use it. And that the trends to challenge and restrict more and more the space for human rights, democracy and rule of law is a trend that we see in all continents, no one excluded. So clearly there is a connection on a global level. I am not in the condition to say how much this is organized, and there is somehow an overall overlook to that, if there is a global strategy around that, or if it is a spontaneous movement towards I would say, disruption of the system. It seems to me the system intended not at the system of power, but the system of social coexistence, of respect, of living together. That is the fabric that has been challenged, I think, by the extreme right movements worldwide. And clearly, this is a trend that is common to many different countries and societies across the world. If this is the result of a coordinated global agenda or not, difficult to say, but for sure it is a movement that has its expressions in literally, I think, all continents of our globe.
Thank you. Now, if I may, let's move on to the topic of migration. You know, Nordic socialists have been successful at the ballot box by advocating borders and fences to keep migrants out. Socialists elsewhere in Europe, they take a broadly more humanitarian view, a broadly more humanitarian stance. So my question, what should be the progressive response to migration emergencies inside and at Europe's borders and beyond Europe? Federica, can I get your response to that? And a little bit in the light of whether we need just a coalition of the willing, or whether we should be trying to handle migration and asylum as 27, or perhaps at 25, maybe even at 20?
Sure, you hear me?
I can hear you now. Were you able to hear me? Federica may have dropped out there, so Andreas, can I turn to you for your thoughts on that? Oh, you're... I seem to, so, and Andreas, maybe I can turn to you for some thoughts on, migration and asylum. It's always stuck. Do we do it at 27, 25, 20?
I think for migration and asylum politics is, first of all, to move away from this issue, what is also packed in all the discussions, because there is a lot of cultural conflicts packed in, there is a lot of other social conflicts and fears packed in. If we simply see the migration issue, then I think we come also to the point that we understand we need a European answer to it. This state by state doesn't work. And if we have this, then we can combine what I think social democrats stand for, is a humane, following the Geneva Convention, and humane, putting the human in the center of our asylum politics, but also taking into account that, of course, there must be some order in it. Not everybody can go everywhere. There must be integration measures. And I think, which is even more important, there must be really help also in the areas, activities in the areas where the crises are come from, because we cannot ignore the crisis, otherwise we will come to an end. But maybe can I mix it also with the far right question, which you were before?
Of course, yes.
Because of course they get strong out of this issue, but what we also see is that I think there are two concepts of politics. The one is, which is solving problems, delivering answers on the questions of our society. And the other one is simply about brutal power. It's just to be there in order to be there, or in order to get rich, or in order to make a benefit to your friends. And the right wing, extreme right, is exactly following this, not adding any solutions. And sometimes it takes quite long, but at the end people see, wherever they are in power, if it's Donald Trump or if it's the unsuccessful mayor of Rome, for example, it's ending up in a disaster. So at the end also, I think we see another tendency that people also go back to the solutions which include social justice and other things, like German elections, like Norwegian elections, and like Italian regional communal elections, where they also kicked out these unable mayors.
Federica, are you back with us, please?
Let's see. I've always been here, but not.
Oh, I seem to have lost you again.
I hear you, but apparently always.
I'll
just microphone.
Now it's fine.
Oh, now it's fine. Now you're there. Were you able to hear my question clearly about migration, whether it should be done at 27, 25, 20? It seems like my view is that a pan-European solution, it's not around the corner.
Well, there are different elements to this. An element of coordination and common policy, external action of the Union, of migration. And do you hear me? Because I see my microphone off repeatedly. I don't know if...
You are in and out. So while you sort out your microphone, or we sort out the problem from this end, I'm just going to jump over to Modi. Modi, we're talking about migration. You're a migration specialist. How do you assess where Europe is going on this question? Is in your heart of hearts, or by your own assessment, is it going in the direction of borders and fences, or is it going in a more humanitarian direction whereby there can be legal pathways to entry that are manageable, for instance?
Well, it's. I wish I could have a clear answer to that. There's one observation is that, of course, as you said, there's really a need of legal coordination, legal communication as well. This has to be a pan-European thing, as well as each member state internal coordination, institutional coordination. And the episode that we've faced in Belgium are just a clear demonstration of that. Whereas on a pan-European thing with the Schengen passport and visas that can be given to people at national level at the entry of the country, something is going wrong sometimes. And this is what we face is just the iceberg of something that we sense is much more broader than we think. There's more cases than that, but thanks to the digitalization of communication, we've had the opportunity in the last 3 cases we faced in less than 2 months apart. We've been able to collectively correct and restore something. It's important because for me, what I'm seeing in the future is real. Then it comes with the diplomatic conversation between Europe and Africa on how the strategy for around migration is going to be tackled. We have to face problem really honestly, knowing that what we see as issues today are consequences of some underground political action, development action, collaboration and partnership that do not work.
Right. Now, that's a very interesting point. And Federica, that's a great point for you to speak to, given your previous position as Europe's top diplomat. These arrangements, these agreements with parts of the world in Europe's neighborhood, including in Africa, how do they square with social democracy?
Let's see if it works now. They are indeed, Modi is perfectly right, they are indeed the core, the heart of a sustainable and human rights-based management of migratory flows. And I think that Europe has realized this late. The approach that the European Union has taken for many decades has been a purely border-focused approach. In some countries, this is still the main focus, without realizing that migrants don't appear suddenly at the border. There is a story behind, there is a travel behind, there are painful stories behind. There is sometimes the investment of entire villages and sometimes groups of villages to send someone embarking in a very dangerous journey. And if you take the time and you have the opportunity to listen to the stories of mainly the girls, sometimes very young girls that cross the desert before crossing the Mediterranean Sea, you realize that it's not just migrants showing up at your borders in Europe. It's the key problem here is how we build partnerships with not only countries and states, but mainly communities, civil society players, UN organizations and agencies on the ground in the places where the flows start, to make sure that people have the right informations of what they embark upon, because sometimes this is not the case, and developing projects locally that address the needs of the local communities. Because sometimes one of the limits that development aid has, I'm not saying this is always the case, but sometimes it is, that there are big projects in the pipeline, but not tailor-made enough for the local small communities to address small issues that would solve the problem altogether. I remember when I was in office, we at a certain moment we launched a series of projects that was empowering young women in very small communities to open very small economic activities, a hairdresser, a food stand, really things that were really small, but that made an immediate impact on the ground and were responding to the demand. Obviously, this requires an immense work on both sides, on the level of the countries of origin, on the level of the donors, and also the level of the countries of transit that sometimes just push forward the flow to get rid of it. Now, sorry for the bluntness of it, but I think that this is the only way to really address the issue. at the same time opening safe passages for migration to happen regularly and safely in respect of human rights. But on the other side, I think the only solution to prevent the loss of lives along the road is to really look at the reasons why the flow starts and to address these root causes in a joint partnership. Again, I stress, obviously with the national authorities or with the regional authorities, or in the case of Africa with the African Union when it's the case, but mainly with the local communities, because this is the level where sometimes the national powers, the regional powers, or even the international community don't manage to reach. And I think that in this respect, real progressive agenda has to empower civil society organizations on the grassroots. This is the only way in which you can really address the issue long term and in a sustainable and respectful manner.
Thank you. And before we move on to our last question, Hind, I want to ask you about this migration question too, not least because of your own personal history and your family's history. How do you see the relationship between countries in the Middle East and Europe? And maybe you can address that from the perspective of the Middle East. How is it perceived, the openness of Europe, the closedness of Europe? Can you talk to that a little bit?
I will talk about how the migration new rules, for example, in Sweden, is affecting the immigrants who are in Sweden already. There is a new rule that says that you cannot have permanent residency, even if you have been here for 3 years, for example. I thought this rule maybe because they want to check if this person is good or bad, and if he is a criminal or something. But you can live here for more than 3 years and you still don't have permanent residency because you are not able to find a contract job that is 2 years or more, which is very hard. So this will make the person all the time scared that he will be kicked out of the country. And this is not helping at all, because you are bringing people and then you will make them be under threats of being kicked out. And this will make them maybe feel hate toward this society, and instead of benefiting from these people who actually want to give to this society.
Thank you. I mean, this gets to the heart of the very delicate balance that needs to be struck between a Europe that is both welcoming and a Europe that can somehow deal with, can be perceived as a group of countries that can handle migration and that they have it in hand. Now, we're running out of time. I wanted to cover the economy, but I'm going to jump to a question on women, and I'm going to start with Federica, because you've begun a new initiative at the College of Europe, and I really wanted to bring this up because it intrigues me, to name graduating classes after the names of lesser-known women who've been change makers or pioneers in their field, if I've got it right. It's kind of brilliant. Can you tell us about, and please, if I've got the pronunciation wrong, Eliane Vogel-Polsky?
Yes, the pronunciation is right, and she is our patron de promotion, our patron for this year graduation at the College of Europe, a Belgian lawyer that has been fighting all her life for overcoming the gender pay gap through legal action. So she has defended cases not only in front of the Belgian court, but also in front of the European Court of Justice, and winning some historic cases. Now, she might be known to some legal experts or lawyers or professors or students in law, but she's not very well known to the public more widely. And I decided to choose her as our patron this year to show that you can indeed improve social Europe, and you can actually build social Europe, not only being a politician or sitting in parliament or being a minister or president, but also if you are a lawyer, if you are a professor, if you are an economist, that every field of action in your professional life can be used to advance a progressive agenda in this case, but in general terms, the European integration. And the interesting thing about Eliane Vogel-Polsky was that she started her campaigns on a legal basis, as a lawyer and as a professor of law, from an article of the Rome Treaty, from an article of the EU treaties, and developing that into EU legislation and national legislation. So there are very concrete ways of building Europe, even if you don't have a power position in politics. But there is another thing that I believe it's important. We always refer to the fathers of the European Union, and we tend to forget that there have been mothers of the European project, not very well known, not very publicly recognized, also because at that time the role of women in politics and in institutions was not so much highlighted. And I think we have somehow, especially at the College of Europe, somehow a moral duty, but also a social responsibility to highlight those figures of women that have been built our European Union and have not been sufficiently recognized for that. So yes, I took the decision from now on to nominate mainly and mostly women as our patrons, to highlight the hidden figures that have been contributing in a fundamental manner to the construction of Europe. That's historically, out of our 72 graduation years, most of our patrons were men. Again, it's a little thing, but sometimes we have a power that we don't use, and even a small institution like the College of Europe has a power of sending a message. And I have to say, I followed in this an inspiration from our students. It was 2 students of last year suggesting Eliane Vogelposki as patron. And also in this, I decided to innovate the method. And so instead of having this as a solitary decision of the rector, I asked all the students and the staff of the College of Europe to suggest names for the next patrons.
It sounds extremely democratic. Fantastic. We've only got a couple of minutes left, so very quickly, Andreas, there's an increasing emphasis on closing the gender wage gap and making sure budgets positively affect women. Can you talk to that very, very quickly, the work that the party's doing on it?
I think there is one headline above. This is, there is democracy only if it's not only a political project, it's also a social. So we need to speak about social democracy. I think this is extremely important. So then comes all this issue in social justice, gender issues, wage gap, minority issues, and this kind of things. And I think real democracy should not allow that there is any differentiation. And this is the point. And then there is a lot of, and that's why I like so much Federica's example also. There is a lot of steps on a lot of levels being taken, not only in politics, also in the field of law and other things. And this, I think, is very important.
Terrific. We've just got a minute and a half left. So I want to ask Hind very, very quickly, what women might be role models for you for the kind of activism you've undertaken in your career?
It might sound a little bit cliche, but it's my mom, because she wasn't allowed to go to school. And because there was only one school for women in Yemen at that time, and she wasn't able to leave to another city. So she protested, and then a woman who can read Quran, she taught her how to read Quran, and she read many books. So even though she has never been to school,
Terrific. Thank you so much. And Modi, very, very quickly, we've got 15 seconds left. A woman role model for you.
Yeah, same. It's cliche and it's not cliche. It's really my mother and the network of mother. I'm African, and we are born to a mother who gave us birth, but we belong to the mothers of the community, truly. And this until today, within this pandemic period, these set of network of women that surrounded me since birth until today, together with my mom, are fantastic.
Super. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Modi. We're going to have to close our session now. Many thanks to all of our guests. And I shall hand it over now to back to the Global Progressive Forum host.
Thank you very much, James. A wonderful panel, fascinating. It's been quite a day for the second day of the Global Progressive Forum. We've had a number of interesting talks, and what I saw coming through it as the main, theme is inequality, whether that inequality is due to where you've been born geographically, due to your representatives and political leaders and thinkers. Tomorrow is another exciting day. It's our final day, so do tune in to the Global Progressive Forum. We'll start with the news of the day at 11 in the morning. We'll have two members of the European Parliament, Tanja Fajon and Eva Kaili, joining us. Then we start with an exciting array of new panels. Women Are the Change, which is will be very interesting for those who just watched Future of Democracy, which had such a big section on women. We'll tackle gender-based violence, the economic benefits that are unexploited from including more women in the workforce, and generally how to get the numbers up so that we have true equality based on gender. After that, we'll go to new politics. We'll talk about the new generation, and one of the speakers there is Nathan Law-Kun from Hong Kong. He's a student activist and a human rights activist, so it'll be very interesting to hear from his experience from the Hong Kong protests. We have a new Green Deal for climate justice. COP26 has just finished. It's a very important and timely discussion we will have with another fantastic panel. And finally, we will end on the new social contract, talking with a lot of trade union representatives and other leaders who believe that we need a new covenant. It is time to have a better social contract for everyone so that we can truly live in an equal and fair society. Our poll of what is your progressive dream is still open on globalprogressiveforum.org, so don't forget to vote. Comment on social media using the hashtag GPF2021. Thank you to everyone who has been involved in making this such a lively and interesting forum, both here in the Parliament and digitally. Thank you to the organizers, thank you to the tech teams, thank you to the speakers, and thank you to the audience for watching. See you tomorrow, and good night.